Chapter 51. Everyone, this is our opportunity. Now advance, kill the enemy. Without their siege weapons, we have nothing to fear. Yeah, kill the enemy. The Eastern troops who previously has been on defense now finally got their chance. Without the siege weapons, they had nothing to worry about. The infantry and the cavalry used this chance to take charge while the archers retreated back. Watch out for the enemy. Kill the Eastern troops, don't be distracted. King Sebastian and General Morgan both were still in shock and in a daze. Everything that just happened felt like a dream to them. Never did they think that underestimating two first orders would cost them this dearly. Archers, prepare your arrows and rain down the enemy troops with arrows. Even since the Eastern troops have managed to trick everyone and have managed to destroy their siege weapons, the Zulux dynasty forces still have 10,000 archers in their army. Shoot, 10,000 arrows covered the entire sky. Scott's face turned pale seeing the sky being covered by 10,000 arrows. Everyone take cover from the arrows. Bang, bang. Not everyone in the Eastern army was able to react quick enough to dodge the 10,000 arrows that rained down on them. Many troops didn't even have shields to protect themselves. However, it was not just the Eastern troops that died in the rain of 10,000 arrows. Many Zulux dynasty infantry and cavalry troops also died from the arrows that rained down from the sky. However, as the fight continued, everyone realized that the Eastern troops were at disadvantage. The Eastern troops were rapidly dying, while the Zulux dynasty troops were still more than 45,000. Henry, I think it would be better to call the wyverns now. At this rate, our troops won't last long. The Zulux dynasty army is simply too big compared to the Eastern troops. In front of such a large number, formations did not matter at all. But if we call the wyverns, I am sure King Sebastian would order his two generals to join the fight. We have to hold on until His Majesty arrives. Only His Majesty has the power to take on their generals. Having fought multiple battles under King Aditya, all troops and generals believed in their hearts that with their king, they will never lose a battle. The trust that Aditya's troops and his generals had in him was more like blind faith. If Aditya told them that they could win a battle against the continent's greatest kingdom, no troop would doubt his words. They believed in their king's words to the point where they didn't doubt the fact that their king was capable of taking down two mid-third-order generals while still being a beginner second-order. Another 10 minutes passed. By this time, the Eastern troops had lost almost 10,000 of their army, while the Zulux dynasty only lost less than 5,000 troops. As minutes passed, the Eastern troops were being pushed back as the Zulux dynasty troops attacked them from three sides, slowly pushing the troops backward. This battle is entering its crucial stage, yet their king still hasn't appeared. I am starting to think that King Aditya has fled, leaving his army behind with false hope. After 10 minutes, Oscar also returned. After scouting a 10 km area around the battlefield, he couldn't find the location or even small signs of the wyverns that were King Aditya's pets. I am also starting to believe that. Let's wait for another 5 minutes. If King Aditya doesn't arrive by, then the two of you can join this battle and end this whole battle quickly while keeping our casualties to the minimum level. King Sebastian's heart ached in pain whenever he looked at his destroyed siege weapons. Each siege weapon took him more than 1,000 royal gold coins and a half-year time to build. And just like that, another 5 minutes passed, and King Sebastian ran out of patience. Oscar, Morgan, both of you can go wild. Crush the enemy forces. Also, if possible, don't kill the enemy generals. I will take my sweet time in torturing them. With all the humiliation that King Sebastian had faced, he wouldn't leave the Eastern troops just like that. He wanted to wash the shame that his dynasty suffered with the blood of the Eastern troops. Yes, Your Majesty. Oscar had a crazy smile on his face. He currently looked more like a bloodthirsty beast who couldn't wait to cover his entire body in the enemy's blood. Compared to Oscar, Morgan was calmer. Both of them disappeared from King Sebastian's side. and appeared in front of the Isteran troops. "Let's get this party started. Morgan, you can take the left side. Leave the right side to me." Female. General Morgan simply nodded her head as she cast a 3-star dark spell. The air around Morgan turned black mist. The 10 meters area around Morgan was covered in black mist. When the black mist dispersed, hundreds of skeletons holding swords, spears, and bows stood surrounding Morgan. Morgan, 4th and newest general of the Zulux dynasty. It has been only 9 years since Morgan became the 4th Third Order in the Zulux dynasty. After reaching the Third Order, King Sebastian made her the 4th general. Unlike the other 3 generals, Morgan's class was more special. Her class was necromancy. It is said that she could summon 10,000 skeletons capable of killing any peak First Order. Unlike Oscar, Morgan was a magical cultivator with dark nature affinity. It is believed that Morgan is the best dark magic user in the whole Zulux dynasty. She specializes in darkness buff magic. Meanwhile, Oscar simply grabbed his greatsword and jumped at the Isteran troops. Under Morgan's orders, 10,000 powerful skeletons rushed at the Isteran troops. "This is bad. The whole situation just got worse." Scott's face turned pale seeing 2 Third Order generals slaughtering their soldiers like killing sheep. Each multiple Istrian soldiers was being slaughtered without any mercy. Just as the situation was starting to look direr, all the Istrian troops suddenly relaxed when they heard a powerful roar shaking the battlefield. Roared. The crazy and bloodthirsty look on Oscar's face changed after hearing the loud roar that for a split second caused the entire battlefield to tremble, so they finally decided to show up. From the distance, King Sebastian was standing at the top of the mountain, 4 wyverns approaching the battlefield. Upon a closer look, he found a handsome young man standing on the back of the largest wyvern. Seeing those pairs of red dragon wings, he immediately recognized this young man. Even though both never saw each other in real life, both knew each other so well that even from a distance of kilometers, both were able to recognize each other. Adria. King Sebastian's eyes flashed in hatred. Today, no matter what happens, he will settle the debt of humiliation. "It's the wyverns. His Majesty is here. Thank God, now we have nothing to worry about. With His Majesty, our victory is confirmed." It was strange for the Zulux dynasty troops to see the Isteran troops smile and relax even though they were currently being pushed back by an army of 45,000. The confidence that the soldiers had on their exhausted faces left many, including General Morgan, confused. Scott, Amber, Tyler, Henry, Ileana, Josh, and Nathan all had smiles on their faces. Their king had the power to turn the whole tide of this battle. Now that their Majesty was here, they no longer had anything to worry about. What kind of man King Aditya was? Just his appearance on the battlefield was enough to give willpower to his exhausted soldiers. Just his name was enough to make the injured soldiers who previously were lying on the ground stand up, even though the number of Isteran troops has been reduced from 25,000 to 11,000. Just hearing that lord's name, they looked more confident than the Zulux dynasty army who were actually pushing the enemy. What kind of ruler King Aditya really is? For the first time, Morgan, the necromancer class holder general, asked herself this question. Compared to King Aditya, their King Sebastian was lacking in many places. The difference between the 2 kings was simply too huge. One fought for his reputation while the other fought to win. While one cared was arrogant, the other was confident. In front of King Aditya, Sebastian was simply not worthy enough to even call himself the ruler. Is this what a true ruler is supposed to be like? Morgan joined the army when she was only 15 years old. The army was the best place to get resources that could help her in progressing. Morgan's goal simply was to stand at the top. She never cared about her social standings, her reputation, or her public image. She was very different from the other 3 generals who were greedy and ambitious. Morgan simply served King Sebastian without any respect in her heart, even though she never showed King Sebastian any disrespect. As a warrior, Morgan only respected a strong warrior who was ready to fight a battle to death without caring about their life. When she looked at the young man standing at the back of the third-order wyvern, her heart immediately started respecting that man. "King Aditya, you finally came. I have been dying to fight you. Now that you're here, let's dance." Aditya glanced at the man who was slaughtering his soldiers while looking at him with a blood-thirsty grin on his face. Aditya had heard about General Oscar, who was known for his ruthlessness in the battle. "Sure, let's dance till death stops us." Dark blue lightning constantly flickered around Aditya's body as he spread his crimson wings and flew off. The next moment, under the gazes of thousands, Aditya's whole body became a blur to the point where the normal soldiers were only seeing Aditya as red light with blue lightning flickers. "He is fast." King Sebastian's face turned pale as he realized the difference in both of their strengths. Previously, he was foolishly thinking of fighting Aditya and defeating him, but he realized how wrong he was. King Aditya can kill him within a few seconds. This man was out of his league. Holding the Crimson Dragon's wrath, Aditya appeared in front of Oscar and swiftly landed a kick on his stomach that sent him flying all over the way. Boom! Cough! Like a cannonball, Oscar was sent flying more than 200 meters away with a powerful kick from the Dragon King. Bang! Oscar, the general, crushed a giant boulder of 15 meters in size. The boulder inevitably cracked from the impact as Oscar coughed out a mouthful of blood and groaned in pain. "Thank you for all the golden tickets. I am planning on doing a mass release in a few days if everything hopes according to plan." Chapter 52. Bang! What just happened? I don't know. The attack was too fast for us. If it was us in the place of General Oscar, then our bodies would have exploded like a watermelon. Just how much raw strength does one needs to have to make a human explode like a watermelon? While the soldiers were stunned by the display of King Aditya's strength, Aditya didn't just stop there. After sending General Oscar flying with a powerful kick, Aditya focused his attention on the necromancer. Unfortunately for the enemy, since Morgan was a necromancer, her battle powers lay in her summons and in her spells. Swoosh! Faster than the wind, the Dragon King appeared behind General Morgan. Before she could do anything, with a slash of the Crimson Dragon's wrath, Aditya instantly destroyed thousands of undead summons. Bang! He fast, too fast. For the first time, Morgan had seen someone who was this fast. Undead domain. Silently, Morgan quickly activated one of her most powerful innate skills. Aditya, without realizing that Morgan had activated one of her necromancer class skills, swung his sword again, releasing a huge wave of crimson flame that instantly annihilated another 2,000 undead skeletons. Crimson blink. While killing the zombies, Aditya used one of his passive skills to launch a molten bolt at Morgan. The red-orange bolt of lightning headed towards Morgan at super speed. Knowing that she can't dodge the lightning bolt in time, Morgan covered her entire body with mana and took the attack head-on. Boom! Did it work? Aditya, while slaughtering undead, looked at Morgan for a second. The Dragon King was left shocked seeing Morgan still standing in her place without taking any damage. Other than the white smoke that was coming off her body, she looked completely fine. But how? "Now it's my turn, Shadow Ball." With Morgan's 2 words, more than 20 spheres made out of the darkness appeared behind her. All the spheres were the size of a human head. Under her orders, all 20 spheres shot toward Aditya at very high speed. Crimson blaze. Aditya hurriedly created a crimson wall in front of the shadow spheres, but he failed to see the arrival of another individual. General Oscar, who was previously sent flying with a powerful kick, appeared behind Aditya when he was distracted dealing with the shadow balls. "Time to pay back." Saying that, Oscar swung the greatsword, aiming to cut the Dragon King in half. At the very last moment, Aditya once again used Crimson Blaze to cover his entire body crimson. Flame in form of defense. Clang. Everyone on the battlefield looked at Aditya with their eyes wide open. Beneath that crimson-red robe, the Dragon King was wearing peak 2-star armors that has been enchanted by rune magic. "What?" Oscar's face turned ugly. It was not just peak 2-star armor but also crimson dragon scales were covering Aditya's entire body from his neck. You thought I had left my body unprotected. How foolish. Ever since his fight with General Darren, Aditya always has made sure to wear peak 2-star armors. He realized that in order to face off the third-order generals, his natural defense wasn't enough. So before coming here, he took extra time to increase his defense. He had enchant his armors in a way that his crimson flames won't melt down his armors. Crimson blink. Once again Oscar was sent flying faster than a cannonball. This time, a red-orange bolt of lightning hit his chest, which instantly damaged the silver armor that he was wearing. Lightning dash. As blue lightning flickered around Aditya, he once again disappeared from his position. I will deal with you first. It was like Aditya had teleported behind Morgan, but in reality, he just moved too fast. I don't think so. Aditya's eyes widened when he felt his mana being suppressed to some extent. Before he could realize what was happening, he and everyone on the battlefield were further shocked when Morgan grabbed the Crimson Dragon Wrath Sword that Aditya aimed at her throat. What? But how? Morgan is not a body cultivator, so her raw strength shouldn't be that high. But then how did she grab His Majesty's incoming attack? Even Aditya inwardly had the same question as others. What is happening? Is this one of her necromancer skills? Aditya couldn't understand how Morgan blocked his attack. Even when he attacked her molten bolt, she was able to take on his attack and managed to remain undamaged. It's not only my mana that is being suppressed, but also my strength and agility also have dropped. Aditya gritted his teeth in frustration. This was the first time he had found himself in this kind of situation. Unfortunately, it's time to die. Even if Morgan respected Aditya deeply, she wasn't going to hesitate in trying to kill Aditya. On the battlefield, there was no room for mercy toward enemies. Under Morgan's orders, the remaining of her undead surrounded Aditya while she silently cast one of her spells. Shadow Wave of Death. Aditya noticed Morgan's entire body seems to be glowing in the darkness. It was like an extra layer of darkness was surrounding her body. What is happening? However, he didn't get time to think, as the undead skeletons began attacking from all directions. First, I will have to get rid of these undead skeletons. Aditya waved his hand as a 1-meter wall of crimson flame covered the ground around Aditya, while turning all the skeletons under a certain range to ashes. My mana would have fully suppressed if not for the Black Heart. What did she do to me? Aditya noticed Morgan was silently chanting another spell. *T. She is going for another curse-type spell. Cough. Suddenly, Aditya started feeling dizzy and lightheaded. He fell on his right knee as he coughed out blood. I have to get away from her. Whatever spells this necromancer was using, Aditya realized he was affected as soon as he came near her. Stamina, 199 out of 209. Health, 200 out of 209. She must have done something that's slowly draining my stamina and health. Without wasting another second, Aditya activated the lightning dash skill and got away from Morgan. Swoosh. Aditya appeared 100 meters away from Morgan. He noticed that his mana and other stats were no longer suppressed. Also, his stamina and health also stopped dropping. So she really was using curse-type spells. Some people in this world specialize in using curse-type spells. Curse spells can be countered by holy magic or holy attribute artifacts. As a necromancer, it was Aditya's mistake to not realize that Morgan also can use curse-type spells. This is why she was able to take on my attacks so easily. She must have used a spell that increases her defense while decreasing the opponent's attacking powers for a short period of time. While Aditya was taking on Morgan, he had momentarily forgotten about a certain person. Oscar, who was sent flying with a molten bolt, noticed that his opponent Aditya was more focused on fighting Morgan, and at this point, King Aditya was practically ignoring him. How dare this bastard ignore me? Oscar angrily ripped off the silver armor that he was wearing from Aditya's attack. The armor was now useless as it was badly damaged. Oscar was about to rush to face Aditya again, but out of nowhere a black flame hit him. Bang! Which bast ***D dared to attack me off guard? When the smoke settled down, Oscar finally was able to see the being who just dared to sneak attack him. "I shall take you on." The beginner third-order wyvern who had submitted himself to Aditya stood, towering Oscar. The wyvern knew that he only needed to buy enough time for his king to finish off the other third order. Then his king would have no problem killing this arrogant human. "You worm!" At this point, Oscar was increasingly getting angrier. His desire was to fight someone stronger. When that strong opponent finally appeared, he was ignored and forced to fight a worm. This has never happened to him before. Boom. "Everyone don't stop. Now that His Majesty is here, our victory is almost confirmed." With 3 peak second-order wyverns constantly attacking the Zulux dynasty forces, Aditya's 7 generals and his remaining troops were able to change the tide of the battle. Currently, they were pushing the enemy as the number of enemy troops rapidly kept on decreasing. Midnight lost child. Just like everyone, Amber was fighting hundreds of the enemy troops alone. Currently, among the 7 captains, she was the strongest. Awakening, the Royal Fox bloodline has increased her magical power as well as her physical stats. Boom, nightmare slash. Boom. As the Fox Queen kept on slaughtering her enemies without stopping even for a second. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. For a moment, Amber stopped her killing spree when she felt that all of her mana was rushing back into her heart. It looks like she is out of mana. Let's use this chance and kill this B*T*H. The enemy troops mistakenly assumed that Amber was out of mana, seeing her stop. 100 enemy infantry troops rushed at Amber in excitement. Finally, they got a chance to kill one of the 7 generals. However, when the troops crossed the 10 meters line, they saw a cold smile on Amber's face which sent chills down their spine. Boom. Before they realized what was happening, a powerful wave of mana was released from Amber's body. Sensing the rapid increase in Amber's mana and powers, other generals stopped for a second and looked at Amber with smiles on their faces. Everyone understood what was happening. Even Aditya, who has been attacking Morgan from the distance, stopped for a second, realizing what was happening with Amber. So she is finally breaking through. No way she broke through. The troops that previously rushed to kill Amber in excitement now looked at Amber with pale faces as their legs trembled uncontrollably. Amber opened her eyes as taking a deep breath. "I really have to thank Julia for giving me all those pills." Amber's body cultivation had reached beginner second order while her magical cultivation had reached mid-first order. She was able to progress this fast because of her awakening, her bloodline, and also because of the pills that Julia made for her. "I never expected that I would break through in the middle of a battle. Time to die, boys." Amber elegantly took the first few steps. Each time she took a step, the soldiers felt like they were being hypnotized by this Fox Queen's beauty. After reaching second order, Amber's charm also increased. The air around Amber started vibrating strongly. The next second, when the soldiers blinked their eyes, Amber had disappeared. Swoosh! Where did she go? I don't care. Bang! Now that Amber had reached second order, she was unstoppable. No soldier can stop her. Along with her illusion magic and her agility, Amber had become the 3rd deadliest force that resulted in the fall of the Zulux dynasty troops. Thank for all the gifts and golden tickets. Chapter 53, Crimson Blaze. These undeads are getting on my nerve. Aditya waved his hand as a huge wave of crimson red flames began surrounding Morgan. Despite getting surrounded by one of the hottest flames that she has ever seen, Morgan didn't show any panicked reaction. Her expression remained calm as seawater. Within a few seconds, 5 meters high walls of crimson red flames surrounded Morgan from all directions. All the undeads that came near or in contact with the crimson flame were instantly turned to ash. "This is the end, Morgan." As blue lightning flickered constantly around Aditya's body, he dashed toward Morgan at his full speed. Current Aditya's speed had reached 577, which is more than enough to match the speed of a 3rd order. Morgan looked up when Aditya flew above her. Aditya began flying up. With each second he was getting higher and higher. She silently began casting spells to deal with Aditya, but to her surprise and shock, Aditya stopped flying when he was 1 km above the ground. He allowed his body to fall free from the height of 1 km. King Sebastian and Morgan stared at Aditya in confusion, not understanding what this man was planning. With the gravity pulling Aditya, within a few seconds he rapidly began falling to the ground. As he was only 50 meters above the ground, the blue lightning that was constantly flickering around his body changed its color to red, crimson blink. The next moment, under the horrified gazes of Morgan and King Sebastian, who were observing this whole battle from afar, Aditya's whole body turned into crimson lightning. The whole process was so fast that other than King Sebastian and Morgan, no one else even realized what just happened. What? Under the disbelief gaze of Morgan, crimson lightning traveled super fast, faster than she can react. When the lightning bolt was only a few meters away from hitting her head, Aditya suddenly transformed back into his human form. Even after he transformed back, he still continued, falling at horrifying speed, faster than Morgan could react. Bang! Aditya rotated his body in midair and vertically slashed Morgan's right shoulder using the Crimson Dragon Wrath Sword. Silence. As the crimson flames that once surrounded Morgan began disappearing, everyone on the battlefield realized that the battle had come to end. The Zulux dynasty troops were shocked to their cores to find their mighty General Morgan on her knees with her head lowered. There was a large vertical cut on Morgan's that was continuously bleeding. Why? Morgan knew better than anyone else that Aditya could have ended her life in that strike, but he purposely avoided slashing her throat. He instead went for her right shoulder. Morgan wanted to know why Aditya saved her life, even though she was her enemy. Don't misunderstand. Killing you would be a waste. I have other uses for you. Saying that without bothering about other reactions, Aditya took out a slave collar from his storage ring and placed it around Morgan's neck. The slave collar has been enchanted by rune magic. Anyone under Fourth Order will have no choice but to obey his orders. If they don't, the collar will rip off their throat. From now on you are my slave, meaning that I own you. From his moment forward all of your freedoms have been restricted. I am your master, I am your king. One of the reasons why Aditya was late was because he was enchanting this 2-star collar that he found in the treasury of a shark city. With rune magic, Morgan is undoubtedly one of the most useless and talented people in the Zulux dynasty, since Aditya doesn't officially have any third order under him. From the beginning he has been planning on making Morgan, the former general, his slave. With his third wyvern and Morgan, the Eastern kingdom will have far better options in future fights against the Nepoka kingdom. This not only will increase the military power of the Eastern kingdom, but also give Aditya's military more options. Maybe in the future, he can open a special 8th division where Morgan will teach soldiers about necromancy. It's over, it's all over. How did I screw up this badly? While all the Zulux dynasty troops were in deep shock by the defeat of their general, and by the fact that the enemy had the audacity to turn their general into his slave, King Sebastian was experiencing what people call despair. He knew it was over for his dynasty. The mighty army of 50,000 now has been reduced to less than 20,000. With each passing second, soldiers were continuously dying under the assault of 3 peak second-order wyverns, King Aditya's 7 generals, and King Aditya himself. Did I really make a mistake by attacking the Eastern kingdom? The kingdom that he once considered small and insignificant had risen up to become the one that ended 100+ years of rule. King Sebastian was now beginning to regret. I shouldn't have started the war. If only I was patient enough. Right now, Sebastian's entire body was trembling as he stared at the man with crimson dragon wings, who now was heading to kill his other general. I shouldn't have provoked the dragon. Sebastian shook his head and looked at Aditya with endless hate. But this is not over yet. I still have the whole Zulux dynasty under my control. As long as I manage to return to one of the main 7 cities, I will bring back an even bigger army and destroy you. Sebastian began running in the opposite direction of the battlefield. As long as I head back to the capital, I will ask for help from the Kingdom of Nyland. The Kingdom of Nyland was an empire located on the borders of both the Nepoka and the Zulux dynasty. The Kingdom of Nyland maintained peaceful political connections with both neighboring kingdoms. There was a possibility that the Kingdom of Nyland would help the Zulux dynasty king, but the possibility of them not getting involved in this war also existed, as the kingdom had thrown succession problems at the current moment. Without anyone noticing, King Sebastian escaped. Meanwhile, General Oscar was on the verge of winning the battle against the Third Order Wyvern. While the Wyvern was a beginner Third Order, Oscar was someone who was far powerful enough to fight multiple beginner Third Order beings at the same time. It's time to end this worm. Currently, Aditya's pet was on the verge of losing his consciousness. There were hundreds of cuts and wounds all over its body. Red blood was rolling down its black scales. The Wyvern had barely had the strength to even lift his head. While standing at the top of the Wyvern, Oscar raised his greatsword as he gathered his mana around the two-star weapon to make his final strike even more powerful with mana. Swoosh! I am sorry, but I can't let you kill my dear pet. Before the greatsword could land on the Wyvern's head, Oscar heard Aditya's words. The next moment he felt a gust of wind. When the gust of wind passed by him, Oscar suddenly felt something wasn't right with his right arm. How does it feel? Aditya asked with a smile on his face. Seeing Aditya's gaze, Oscar looked down with a confused look. When he looked down under his horrified and trembling eyes, he saw his right arm falling on the Wyvern's head. For a moment the whole battlefield turned silent, as everyone momentarily stopped fighting, hearing a loud screaming voice that was full of agony. No way, the general. The remaining Zulux dynasty troops who were continuing this fight with the last remaining hope that their General Oscar would defeat King Aditya and the Wyverns. The last bit of hope also shattered seeing their general kneeling in front of King Aditya. As much as I want to make you my slave, having someone who is this violent and aggressive in nature, making you my slave would be the same as harming my own kingdom. Saying that, Aditya coldly inserted his Crimson Dragon Wrath Sword through Oscar's throat. Ding, you have leveled up. 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 Ding, you have leveled. With the death of the second general, all the enemy troops lost their last remaining will to continue this battle. Everyone stopped fighting and looked in Aditya's direction. For a moment, no one on the battlefield dared to make any sound. After feeding two-star healing pills to the Wyvern, Aditya took a few minutes to observe the whole battlefield. By now, the whole battlefield was in ruin. It had become a graveyard of almost 50,000 soldiers. The whole battlefield was dyed in red blood. Corpses were lying everywhere. Thousands of soldiers were lying on the ground, looking seriously injured. Swords, spears, bows, and all kinds of weapons could be found lying on the battlefield. This war now has come to an end. Those who wish to surrender can drop their weapons and kneel on the ground with their hands raised. I promise the Eastern Kingdom will not mistreat you. As for those who still, Aditya didn't need to continue as the remaining soldiers dropped their weapons and kneeled on the ground with their hands raised. Amber, take things over. I have to deal with a certain king who decided to escape. Yes, Your Majesty. The next moment, Aditya disappeared from the battlefield. Aditya purposely allowed King Sebastian to escape. He was confident that he could catch up to him. Also, Zachary, the old Magian leader, is secretly following King Sebastian. Scene change. I cannot fall under the enemy's hands. I will live and see the end of the Eastern Kingdom. I will end that king's life with my own hands. Just you wait, King Aditya. As King Sebastian continued fleeing toward the capital, he was cursing Aditya to calm his angry and frustrated heart. Did you really think His Majesty had forgotten about you? King Sebastian almost fell from his white horse when he heard the unfamiliar voice behind him. Unconsciously, his entire body stiffened. Sebastian suddenly felt as if death had spoken to him. Sebastian continued moving forward without daring to look back. He simply ignored the voice as he couldn't sense anyone behind him. After a moment, he believed that he was hearing things. Swoosh! Bang. But how can Aditya let go of this man? Aditya soon found Sebastian. He sent the former of king of the Zulux dynasty flying with a kick. Sebastian's back collided with a large tree trunk. He unconsciously groaned in pain. When he opened his eyes, he found his worst nightmare standing in front of him. Aditya. Seeing the man who destroyed him in less than 2 weeks' time, Sebastian began trembling, as his whole body was covered in sweat. Remember me? Aditya stepped forward with a cold smile on his face. He still hasn't forgotten what he saw in that nightmare. In that nightmare, King Sebastian mercilessly tortured and later killed the people that he cared about. If I had not changed the future, then the whole scenario would have been reserved. I would have been kneeling in front of you. Aditya was a man who holds grudges. He had killed Amos and now King Sebastian. What are you even talking about? Sebastian and Zachary, who were standing behind Aditya, both looked at the Dragon King in confusion. Even if I were to explain it to you, you wouldn't understand. Time to die. Aditya lifted the Crimson Dragon's wrath with the intention of severing King Sebastian's head from his body. Ha ha ha! Seeing death so nearly, King Sebastian suddenly started laughing crazily. Even if you kill me, my loyal men will not submit to you. Then we'll continue this fight. Aditya's lips curved up hearing the last words of Sebastian. He. Since you're going to die, let me tell you this. While you and your army were busy fighting us, I secretly sent my men to assassinate all of your loyal men. Now that you're also going to die, the contract that you used to bind the nobles will no longer be effective, meaning that they will be free. No way. King Sebastian looked at Aditya in disbelief. The next second, Aditya severed Sebastian's head, thus ending the story of the Zulux dynasty's last ruler. Ding, you have leveled up. 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 Thank you for all the golden tickets. More chapters are on the way. Chapter 54. Your Majesty, is that? Amber and others approached Aditya and couldn't help but look at the dead of the former king of the dynasty. Yes, this is the head of King Sebastian. The war between the Zulux dynasty and the Isteran kingdom now has ended. From now on, there will be no more Zulux dynasty. All of the Zulux dynasty territories shall be under Isteran kingdom's rule. Aditya glanced at Zachary, the Magian village leader. Old man, send this message to all the nobles of the kingdom. Those who dare to rebel shall die. Understood, Your Majesty. Aditya knew that the nobles would be more than happy to serve king as their new king. Unlike the previous rulers of the Zulux dynasty who enslaved the nobles through a contract, Aditya had just freed them from the curse of more than 100 years. The nobles should know what is best for them. If they want to rebel, then there is no way King Aditya would let them live. Also, now that the Nepoka kingdom had declared war on the Isteran kingdom, the neighboring kingdom won't be of any position to send troops to the rebelled nobles. Currently, the Nepoka kingdom is more focused on its ongoing march toward the Isteran kingdom. As long as Aditya manages to defeat the Nepoka kingdom's marching forces, no one can stop the Isteran kingdom from taking over the Zulux dynasty territory. If the Nepoka kingdom does manage to win with their invading forces, then they will keep pressuring the Isteran kingdom from 2 sides. Even if the Isteran kingdom were to claim the Zulux dynasty, the Nepoka kingdom will do anything in its powers to cause some kind of internal conflict by providing military support to the nobles who wants to rebel. Also, the war with the Nepoka kingdom will not end if the Isteran kingdom happens to lose this big battle. In short words, losing this big battle with the Nepoka kingdom will result in another big war between the Isteran kingdom, who has claimed the Zulux dynasty territory, and the Nepoka kingdom, which shares borders with both the Zulux and the Isteran kingdom that now has become a single kingdom under the Dragon King. Aditya then turned his head to look at his 7 generals, Henry and Eleanor. Yes, Your Majesty. Both of them immediately kneeled in front of Aditya and lowered their heads. You two shall go back to the Ashark city with 5,000 troops and guard the city until further orders. Understood, Your Majesty. Also, there is no need to kneel here. Aditya then glanced at Amber and others. Amber, Scott, Tyler, Nathan, and Josh, I want all of you to take the rest of the army and head to the capital. The Magians already have assassinated all the loyal men of King Sebastian. Head to the capital city and keep the city under control. If anyone, rebels, I give you the power to execute that person. Understood. Amber hesitantly for a second before asking, Your Majesty, what about you? Are you going somewhere? Yes, I am going to Vrain City. The Nepoka Kingdom has declared war on us. Currently, an army of 50,000 is marching toward the Vrain City fortress. I need to head there to stop the Nepoka army and bring an end to the war. Everyone widened their eyes hearing Aditya's words. How can one remain so calm? Amber finally understood why Aditya looked so restless last night. His Majesty, from the beginning, knew what he was facing. He was facing two armies with a combined troop of 100,000 marching to defeat him troops. But with all the pressure on his shoulders, he never showed his weakness. Just realizing these facts, everyone's respect for King Aditya increased by 10-folds. Feeling Amber and others' worried gazes on his, Aditya smiled and assured them, Do not worry too much, the Nepoka troops will be crushed. Unfortunately, I cannot take you all with me as that would slow down my speed. With me, Wyverns, and her, the Nepoka army will have no chance against us. Everyone looked at Morgan, the former general who now had become Aditya's slave. Amber finally felt relieved. With two third-order beings by His Majesty's side, what could possibly go wrong? Now that the remaining Zulux dynasty forces have surrendered, Aditya had over 26,000 troops. But among the 26,000 troops, more than 19,000 were injured and needed treatment. Among the 26,000 troops, a few thousand soldiers had permanently lost one or multiple limbs, or some had suffered deep injuries. Those troops' careers as soldiers were basically over. Can you fight? Aditya looked at the third-order wyvern who was lying behind him. By now, thanks to the healing pills made by Julia, most of his big wounds have healed up. In the next few hours, the wyvern should be in full health. My king, I need a little more time to recover enough health to fight another battle. Forgive me, but I need some time to recover my mana. In the previous battle, I had exhausted all of my mana. Everyone was a little surprised to hear the wyvern talk. Josh and others had tried talking with the wyvern before, but the third-order lesser dragon refused to speak anything. No problem, you can take your time to recover. As for the three of you, you three can follow Amber and others and head to capital. If anything happens, make sure to listen to Amber's orders. Aditya knew that his generals will have to slaughter some troops who won't just surrender. Like other troops, having 3 peak second-order wyverns would greatly help his generals. What about you? Aditya looked at Morgan, who was sitting on the ground 50 meters away from Aditya. Morgan raised her head and looked at Aditya without expressing any emotions on her face. I am all right now, but I can't fly. Morgan and others assumed that Aditya was going to take Morgan with him to fight the war against the Nepoka kingdom. Morgan, you can also go with Amber. Make sure to listen to Amber's words. After giving another set of orders and instructions, Aditya flew off in the direction of Vrain City. Vrain City. The enemy should arrive in 4 to 5 hours. Is everything ready? Asked Duke Sarlis. Sitting on a chair, Duke Sarlis went through the reports that his General Haku submitted to him. Sire, everything is ready. Zane and the army of 13,000 should arrive anytime soon. Combining the retired soldiers who have come to join this war, we now have over 27,000 troops. Our 27,000 troops are made up of over 8,000 archers, 11,000 infantry, and 8,000 cavalry. And last we have the newly imported siege weapons from the Kingdom of Nyaland. Good, what do you think? About what, sire? About this big battle. What do you think of our chances of defeating the enemy? To be honest, even with our newly imported siege weapons, I doubt we can win. But I am sure of one thing. Even if we lose, the enemy will surely suffer a huge loss in this battle. Our soldiers will die for nothing. Ha ha ha. Seeing Duke Sarlis suddenly laugh, Haku was a little confused. "Your Grace, did I say something wrong?" "No, just imagining the ugly face that the enemy king will have after this battle made me laugh." "Haku, we won't lose this battle. His Majesty has told me that before the battle begins, he will come." "But Your Grace, didn't you tell me that the Zulux dynasty was also marching with a force of 50,000? Currently, the Zulux dynasty and His Majesty should be in the middle of the war. I don't think His Majesty could travel the huge distance and arrive in time. Hake, let me tell you this. Never doubt this Majesty. Our king is someone who can see the future. His ability to predict things is terrifyingly accurate. If he said that he is going to come, I am sure then he will come. Think about it. We all assumed that we will lose the previous battles against the enemy, but His Majesty managed to shock all of us and win the difficult and impossible battles. Sometimes we have to rely on the future on faith. Our king will never abandon us." Just as Haku and Duke Sarlis were discussing the upcoming battle, a messenger barged into the room. Bang! "Itsuki, what is the meaning of this kind of behavior? Do you know that I can punish you to death for barging in?" Haku wasn't pleased by what the messenger did. In the presence of Duke Sarlis, this kind of behavior was very offensive. "Your Grace, I beg for your forgiveness. But the exciting news that I just received from the front line is very important." The soldier named Itsuki kneeled in front of Duke Sarlis and Haku. "But you can't just hold on, Haku." Haku stopped when Duke Sarlis raised his right hand. Duke Sarlis noticed how Itsuki's body was slightly trembling in excitement. "You may speak." "Sire, according to our sources, King Aditya has successfully killed King Sebastian and General Oscar. Now King Aditya is on his way to Vrain City." "What?" Duke stood up and looked at the soldier named Itsuki in shock and endless happiness. Duke Sarlis felt like heaven itself was blessing the Istorin kingdom. After a moment, Duke Sarlis finally calmed himself. "Is it true?" 110% true. Not only His Majesty has won the war, but now he has sent his generals to take over the capital. Soon the whole Zulux dynasty will become a part of the Istorin kingdom. Hearing those words, Duke Sarlis started laughing like a madman. "Ha ha ha, this is what I have been waiting for. It looks like the late King Ahmed really knew what kind of man Aditya. With the Dragon King, our kingdom will enter the Golden Peak." Similarly, the news also quickly spread all over the neighboring kingdoms like wildfire. Many were shocked by the news. While the citizen of the Istorin kingdom cheered, the citizen of the Nepoka kingdom was in despair. On the far land, located in the northwestern direction of the Zulux dynasty that now has become a part of the Istorin kingdom, there was another big kingdom that was close to being called an empire. It was the kingdom of Nyland. "Your Highness, now that the Zulux dynasty has fallen, I think it's the perfect opportunity to strike. Please allow me to attack the Zulux dynasty that now has taken over the Istorin kingdom. I doubt the Istorin kingdom has enough troops to protect their whole territory. If we don't act now, we will be taking a huge loss." Polished braziers encompassing each of the 6 travertine columns light up every part of the throne hall and coat everything in an orange glimmer. The carved symmetric patterns on the sloped ceiling dance in the flickering light, while statues and memorials look down upon the limestone floor of this grand hall. A verdigris rug runs down from the throne and splits to encircle the entire hall, while swallow-tail banners with emblazoned crowns decorate the walls. Between each banner hangs a small chandelier. Many of them have been lit, and in turn, illuminate the portraits of late rulers below them. High, stained glass windows of heavenly mosaics are bordered by draperies colored the same verdigris as the banners. The curtains have been adorned with fancy tassels and impressive needlework. A magnificent throne of porcelain sits in front of a giant painting of the kingdom and is adjoined by 2 equally impressive seats for those aiding the Royal Highness in all affairs. The throne is covered in Byzantine inscriptions, and fixed on each of the stubby legs is an abstract demon wing. The light pillows are dark verdigris, and these 2 have been adorned with golden tufts. Those awaiting to be heard by their Royal Highness can do so on the few extravagant and comfortable teak benches, all of which are facing the throne in a V shape. Those of higher standing can instead take seats in the opulent mezzanines overlooking the throne. Sitting on the throne, there was an old man with a long white beard who looked down at his first son. Currently, the Nyland king was having a meeting when his first son and the prince of the Nyland kingdom came up with the suggestion. Prince Arthur Barry wanted permission to attack the Eastern kingdom. There were multiple reasons why Prince Arthur wanted to attack the Eastern kingdom. One of those reasons was related to winning the race and becoming the next king. My son, I will have to disappoint your expectations. One more chapter is on its way. Now that my health is recovered, I will release more chapters. Continue supporting me with golden tickets and gifts. Chapter 55. My son, I will have to disappoint your expectations. What? Everyone didn't look shocked by the king's words. It was as if they knew what the king was thinking. But why, father? This is our golden chance of expanding our territory and moving towards the northwest. The Eastern kingdom will soon face the Nepoka kingdom in a huge war. Even if they manage to win the shore, the Eastern kingdom will be at its weakest. Shouldn't we take this chance to attack? Arthur, I believe as one of the candidates to become the next king, you should figure out my reasons for not getting involved in this war. I am getting old, Arthur. This kingdom needs a new king. Just because you're my firstborn, that doesn't mean I will hand over the throne to you. Arthur nodded his head with a polite smile, but inwardly he was secretly gritting his teeth in anger and frustration. You must prove that you're worthy to sit on his throne. If an incompetent person sits on his throne, it could potentially lead to an end of our Nyland kingdom, which I cannot allow happening. We, the Nyland kingdom, won't be interfering in this war. Now you may leave. Understood, your majesty. Arthur bowed one more time before turning around and leaving the throne hall. Although Arthur didn't show it on his face, he was extremely angry with the old man, who was his father. As the firstborn, Arthur always believed that he was the rightful successor of this throne. But his old man was making this difficult for him by saying that all princes were allowed to compete for the throne. After exiting the throne hall, Arthur finally stopped pretending. He angrily bit his lower lips, drawing blood out of them. I really want to end this old man's life. Arthur reacted before the other princes. He was planning to lead an army and conquer the Eastern kingdom. By making military achievements, Arthur would easily gain the people's recognition. That would take him one step closer to becoming the next king. Now what should I do? Because of the old man, I will have to drop my plan. Arthur couldn't even risk assassinating his other brothers, as this would bring the wrath of his old man. Arthur cannot afford to do anything that could make the old man dislike him. Arthur walked out of the palace and was on his way to the library. 80% time the library was mostly empty. Arthur went to the library not because he liked to read books. In fact, he hated reading books. His reason for going to the library was because he was going to have an important meeting with a certain person belonging to a powerful organization. When he opened the doors of the library, he found a person in a black hood whose entire body was covered in a black cloak, and the person was sitting on one of the chairs and reading a book in silence. "So you came." Arthur smiled as he walked to sit in front of the person in the hood. After sitting down, Arthur tried his best to see the face hidden beyond the hood, but some sort of spell seems to be blocking Arthur's vision and making everything look like a pitch-endless void. "I had to come. What did your old man say regarding attacking the Eastern kingdom?" From the tone of the voice, it was clear that the person in black cloak and hood was a middle-aged man. "My old man wants to stay out of the mess and not get involved in the war. All of my plans flopped because of him." The man in the hood chuckled, seeing the anger on Prince Arthur's face. "Do not worry. Like we promised, as long as you give us the thing that we want, we shall give you the support that you need to make the throne yours. This is the promise of the League of the Black Tomb." Arthur coldly looked at the man and replied, "Give me some more time to think about your offer. My prince, you have 1 month's time to decide. If you can't make up your mind even after 1 month, then we shall approach the other princes." After saying those words, the man closed the book and transformed into a black mist and then disappeared from the library. Scene change. 50,000 troops being led by Duke Easton, as the soldiers silently kept on marching towards the Eastern land. Following Duke Easton, his right-hand man noticed a messenger pigeon was flying in their direction. "Your Grace, look, a messenger bird is coming." Duke Easton, who was riding a white horse, stopped, making the 50,000 troops behind him stop as well. He waited for the bird to land on his left arm. After taking the letter from the bird's leg, Easton let go of the messenger pigeon and began to read the letter that was sent from the king. As Easton continued reading the letter, the more he read, the more complicated his expression seemed to have become. After a certain point, his expression practically turned ugly, as if he was forced to eat **T. Noticing Duke Easton's ugly expression, his right-hand man Jerry couldn't help but ask, "Sire, did something happen?" "Yes, it appears as we started our march, late King Sebastian also had attacked the Eastern forces in order to drive out the enemy from his territory." "Sire, what do you mean by late King Sebastian? Did something happen to the king?" Easton sighed as he looked at the sky, thinking how even heaven seems to be favoring King Aditya. Sigh. "Our enemy won the battle and has taken over the Zulux dynasty." "What? But how? How did they defeat 2 third-order generals plus an army of 50,000? Silent, everyone shut their mouths and looked at Duke Easton. "The news is true, as much as I hate to say, but we got to hurry up. If the Dragon King arrives on the battlefield, it will be the end of us. That man is a demon." It was highlighted in the letter that when that man arrived on the battlefield, even though his troops were on the verge of losing, they still managed to turn the whole tide of the battle. "We can't possibly let the kingdom take over the Zulux dynasty territory. The kingdom of Nyland and other small neighboring kingdoms on the borders also doesn't seem to have any intention of invading. Currently, our only option is to defeat Duke Sarlis and land a big blow to the Eastern kingdom. Otherwise, the Eastern kingdom will become the next big overlord of this part of the continent, which is something that we have to prevent at any cost." Another thing that was mentioned in the letter was that King Aditya was on his way to Vrain City. The king had strictly ordered Easton to hurry up and attack the Vrain City fortress as soon as possible. No one wanted to wait long enough for the Dragon King to arrive and turn the tide of the battle, just as he did with the Zulux dynasty. While the eastern part of the continent was in turmoil from the news of the Dragon King's unexpected win over a strong dynasty with 100+ years of history, the news soon reached the ears of Aditya's other 5 wives, who always kept their spies in the Eastern kingdom to inform them about even the smallest changes happening in the kingdom. Everyone had different reactions, but everyone was happy to know that Aditya finally had changed. On some part of the dying Isle continent, there was a magnificent castle. 14 thick, square towers have been built on various tactical spots for an ideal defense and are connected by high, thick walls made of basalt. Rough windows are scattered generously across the walls in a seemingly random pattern, along with overhanging crenellations for archers and artillery. A vast gate with huge metal doors, a drawbridge, and various artillery equipment guard the only place with water. Various large houses are scattered outside the castle gates. Surprisingly, the rich are comfortable with living outside the gates as well. This castle has stood the test of time, and despite knowing some very rough times, the castle still stands, and it looks like it will do so for many years to come. Sitting in the garden that was 5 times bigger than a football pitch, there was a man and woman who were enjoying their tea under the shade of a large tree. "It looks like the winter will be on us within a few months." The woman with long purple hair that she had tied in a bun spoke as she took a sip of green tea. "The tea would have tasted 1,000 times better if our daughter was here," the man with short black hair said while looking at his wife. "Yes, it has been a long time since we saw her here. I think it's about time we call her back to return." The man took a sip of green tea and then put the teacup on the table and spoke in an excited tone. "Very well, I shall send our head maid today itself to bring our daughter back. No, I think it would be much better for me to go there personally and bring our daughter back. Honey, calm down. The woman with purple, long hair looked at the different kinds of herbal plants that their daughter planted in this garden. Let's wait a month before asking her to return. Currently our son-in-law is having war. Calling our daughter back would only bring trouble to our son-in-law. That alcoholic bastard is not our son-in-law. The man angrily slammed the table without using much of his strength. It's only because of the king that I agreed to marry my daughter to that man. At that time, if I had known he would turn up to become this kind of man, then I would have never agreed to this marriage. I rather would have rebelled than give our precious daughter to that man. I am calling back my daughter today itself. The man stood up to leave, but his wife's next few words stopped him. Honey, why don't you sit down and calm yourself? Everyone makes a mistake. I can see that Aditya has changed. Give him some time. After he ends the war and deals with other things, we can call both of them here, and then we can decide whether he is worthy of our daughter or not. HMPH, I still don't recognize him as our son-in-law. I will wait only one more month. The lady with purple hair covered her mouth and smiled secretly. Both father and daughter did have a similar personality. Support me with golden tickets. Chapter 56. The army of the Nepoka Kingdom advanced on a path that was built between two mountains and a thick forest. As the troops of 50,000 marched forward on the 100 meters wide road, Duke Easton suddenly had a bad feeling. Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen today? Shaking his head, Duke Easton continued with their march. After a good night of rest, Duke Easton urged the troops to move as fast as they could. We're only a few kilometers away from the Vrain City Fortress. Last night Duke Easton prioritized getting his troops proper rest before the battle. He didn't wish his troops to fight while being exhausted. Even if their troops were 50,000, almost double the size compared to the enemy troops, Easton didn't dare underestimate the enemy. This fight was far more important than any other fight that took place between the three kingdoms over the last 100 years. This war was going to decide the future of the eastern part of the dying Isle continent. If the Istaran kingdom manages to win, then the Nepoka kingdom will be suppressed, and the Istaran kingdom will become the new overlord, replacing the Zulux dynasty, having the power to rival the great kingdom of Nyland, which was a fourth-tier powerhouse. The Nepoka kingdom cannot let that happen, as the Istaran kingdom becoming this powerful would harm them in many ways. As Duke Easton was leading an army of 50,000 through the forest, suddenly he became alert, hearing a noise from the bushes. Everyone stop. Duke Easton used his mana to look for any third party. After sensing that there was no one in the bushes, Duke Easton ordered the troops to resume their march. Who is there? After another minute, Duke Easton and several other soldiers sensed the presence of a third party behind the bushes. Bang! Duke Easton easily deflected the dagger that came out from the bushes. Before he could fully understand the whole scope of the situation, he and others heard multiple footsteps around them. Everyone be careful. The whole army of 50,000 turned, was alert and on their guard, looking around in caution. Duke Easton wasn't afraid. In front of the 50,000 forces, even a peak second order has to think twice before daring to block their way. As everyone waited for the people hiding in the shadows to attack, several minutes passed in silence. Only the sound of wind blowing and the leaves rustling could be heard. Sire, it looks like Duke Sarlis had set up an ambush in hope of killing you. Once the commander of the army died, there would be no one else to lead the army anymore. The 50,000 soldiers would have no choice but to retreat back. Without a commander, the 50,000 soldiers would be quickly defeated. In a battle, having a capable commander can make a lot of difference. Duke Easton and others mistakenly assumed that Duke Sarlis of the Istaran kingdom had used cheap means to prevent the war with the Nepoka kingdom. But in reality, Sarlis would never do something this low. Sarlis was a man of pride and honor. He would rather die in the battle than escape from a fight, even if it meant his death. Why would Duke Sarlis try to use underhanded means to take out the enemy commander? Duke Easton failed to understand this part. What Duke Sarlis and his General Haku had planned was something even more grand and big. One of the soldiers who was standing among the infantry group started feeling bored. He didn't wish to come here and fight. To him, his life was more valuable than anything. He only joined the army because of the good salary and benefits that he received as a soldier. Man, I really want to go back. Saying that, the young soldier remembered his newly married wife. His eyes glowed in lust as he remembered his wife. He couldn't wait to return home and spend more time with his dear wife. Just as the random soldier was thinking about his dear wife, he suddenly felt a shadow blocking the sunlight. When he opened his eyes and looked up, his whole body suddenly cooled with a layer of sweat. The soldier felt as if he was seeing his own death. At that very second, his entire body became stiff, and he felt his heart wildly begin beating. Lo, look up! Hearing those words, a few soldiers around looked up as they had nothing better to do. Just when they looked up, they too also had a similar reaction. Duke Easton, who was waiting for the assassins which he and others assumed were sent by Duke Sarlis, suddenly felt something above him. When he raised his head to look up, others also followed the Duke and looked up. Everyone who looked up had their eyes widened in fear, because what they were seeing in front of them was the arrival of death itself. Ha ha ha, so this is how we're going to die. No one knows who said those words, but everyone silently agreed with whoever said those words in despair. 1,000 meters above the ground, right above the 50,000 soldiers' heads, the whole sky had been covered with countless black needles. But those who have seen arrows before know exactly what those black finger sizes needless were. Above the soldier's head, the whole sky has been covered with countless thousands of arrows. No one knows when those arrows were fired, but the arrows were only a few seconds away from taking the lives of thousands of soldiers. To the soldiers, this whole scene was like seeing heaven itself sending down divine punishment. Duke Easton's whole pale turned deadly pale as he looked at the horrifying scene in front of him. Everyone take cover, but it was too late. Piercing the air, countless thousands of arrows rained down on the 50,000 troops who were on their way to annihilate the Istarian army. Bang, bang, bang. Before any soldier could run into the forest to take cover, the countless thousands of arrows had rained down on them. Ah, ah. Someone help me, save me. The thunderous roars of the soldiers sounded all over the battlefield. Unfortunately, not everyone soldier of the Nepoka kingdom was given shields. Other than a few thousand lucky soldiers who had shields made from unrefined iron ore to protect themselves, almost every soldier was hit with multiple arrows that either directly hit their heads and chests or other parts of their bodies. Giving shields to every soldier was very costly. Not to mention carrying iron shields on a battlefield would slow down a soldier's agility. Each shield weighed around 25 kg, which was something that not every soldier was able to handle. Shields were only given to cavalry troops, but that was also limited to only a few thousand troops. Using a special kind of artifact which functioned as a binocular, Duke Sarlis smiled, seeing the terrible state of the Nepoka troops. After about 5 minutes, the rain of countless arrows finally stopped. The 100 meters wide road was now dyed in red blood. The whole area was filled with a heavy smell of blood. The army, which previously consisted of 50,000 troops, now only had around a few thousand troops who somehow managed to keep difficult with the wounds on their legs or on their shoulders. The road now had been covered with a layer of arrows. That bastard, Duke Easton, who used a mana shield to protect himself, and a few hundred soldiers around him couldn't help but curse out loudly, seeing the disaster. Each arrow was strong enough to break the mana barrier of a first-order soldier. Under the constant and endless rain of arrows that lasted for whole 5 minutes, even the soldiers who were near reaching second order perished after their mana shield was broken. When Duke Easton looked back, the only thing that came to his view was red blood that was flowing like a water stream. Countless dead bodies of soldiers and horses lying on top of each other, with countless arrows still stuck on the top of their bodies. From the distance, Duke Sarlis and Haku both looked at the scene and couldn't help but admire His Majesty for coming up with each grand plan. Good. Now that the enemy forces have fallen, it's time for us to strike. We cannot allow Duke Easton to flee and return to the Nepoka kingdom. Even Aditya had strictly warned Sarlis about Duke Easton and ordered him to use whatever means necessary to keep the Third Order Duke from escaping. Name, Aditya Baineth. Race, Dragon. Bloodline, Crimson Heavenly Dragon. Class, War Dancer Rune Monarch. Level, 89. Right Arrow 100. Innate Skill, Instant Learning and Adaptation. Crimson Blaze, Weapon Grandmaster, Runic Enchantment, Dragon Transformation. Passive Skill, Eruption Wave, Crimson Blink, Silence Mind, Blast of Divine Fury, Aura of Soul Fire. New Dash. Artifact, Bracelet of Wind Fairy, Crown of 7C. Strength 209, Right Arrow 220, Speed 100 plus and 100 plus. Stamina 209, Right Arrow 220. Health 209, Right Arrow 220. Mana 2, 781, Right Arrow 2, 792. Free Stats 68, Right Arrow 90. Chapter 57. What should we do now, sire? The soldiers who were near Duke Easton managed to survive this whole nightmare. When they saw 47,000 troops lying on the ground, with blood flowing like a river, their faces turned pale as their entire bodies shivered in fright. Some even started puking, while some even directly lost their consciousness from seeing this scene. I don't know. Duke Easton did not know what to do in this situation. Never he did think even in his worst nightmare that something like this would happen to his army. The mighty army of 50,000, which was capable enough to destroy a second-tier kingdom within a single night, was slaughtered within 5 minutes. Duke Easton, the beginner Third Order, still can't believe what he was seeing in front of his eyes. For a moment he felt what he was seeing a nightmare. For the next few minutes, no one spoke. Everyone was in a deep state of shock. Rumble. Duke Easton's face changed when he heard the sounds of thousands of footsteps. From this distance, he could hear the roars of the horses. It's the Istaran army. The remaining 3,000 soldiers who were injured panicked seeing the Istaran army coming from the back. Duke Easton closed his eyes and tried to sense the foreign presence around them. We have been surrounded. Everyone's face turned very ugly hearing Easton's words. Another minute later, everyone saw a lion man walking toward them while holding a greatsword in his hand. The lion-faced beastman was a burly, muscular build and stood nearly 2 meters tall. He has the appearance of an experienced warrior who had weathered many battles. Even at the age of 50, he looked fierce, and his presence would tense the atmosphere. Duke Sarlis. Duke Easton's eyes flashed in hatred seeing the lion beastman walking in his direction and being followed by an army of thousands. Never did I imagine that Sir Sarlis would ambush us this way. What happened to the honor and pride that you always talked about? Duke Easton asked in an angry and mocking tone. Hearing the loud words of the Duke, Sir Sarlis did not lose his calm. If it was before then, he would have lost his calm. Both dukes had met each other in battles or had meetings that happened under the previous King Ahmed. It was no secret that both dukes hated each other. About a decade ago, both dukes had similar powers. Both dukes had clashed on the battlefield multiple times. Every time their battle always ended in a draw or they were interrupted and asked to retreat by their kings. At that time both dukes were in their prime. While Duke Easton was cunning and sly, Duke Sarlis was hot-blooded and prideful. While Sarlis cared more about his pride and honor, Easton was the exact opposite. Over the years, Duke Sarlis has matured. Unlike Easton, who still was the same as he was a decade ago, Sarlis has matured to become a man with dignity and calmness. Previously, whenever he was provoked by Easton, Duke would always get furious, but now he looked very calm. I don't know what are you talking about, but someone recently told me that in a war it was always about the survival of the fittest. Duke Sarlis had lots of hidden meanings. These words were said by Aditya when he asked Duke Sarlis to execute this plan. After talking with Aditya, Duke realized his pride and reputation had no meaning if they couldn't win the war. So you're telling me that you abandoned your pride and dignity? Easton sneered at the Duke, a person who is corrupted, who is the very definition of what others call a snake, a person who only cares about himself, has no right to lecture me about pride and dignity. While you call our move an underhanded trick, we call this strategy. Knowing that clashing with his huge army would result in a massive loss for the kingdom, Duke Sarlis quickly accepted the idea that Aditya proposed to him. Hearing these words, Easton's face turned ugly, as if someone had forced him to eat a rotten egg. HMPH. Whatever you and your kingdom say, the whole world will condemn this move. Ha ha ha. Sarlis suddenly laughed out loud hearing Duke's words. Duke Easton's words were like a criminal talking about justice while pretending to be innocent. Let me ask you this, do you think we care? Do you really think the world cares about your nonsense? If we cared about what the world had thought of us, then our majesty would have never started this war in the first place. Don't you feel ashamed? Pretending to be the innocent here while we all know that you're the one who first started this whole war. Easton's body started trembling as his face turned red from embarrassment. No matter how much thick his skin was, Sarlis's words made him feel embarrassed. In front of his soldiers, enough. Duke Easton stopped holding back and released his aura as a third order. Feeling the terrifying pressure, the soldiers near Easton were forced to step back with pale faces. The soldiers were suddenly having a hard time even breathing properly. They felt as if a mountain was being pressed against their chests. I don't care if I have lost my whole army here. Today I will not leave until I get your head. Easton tore the brown cloak covering his body, revealing the two-star black armor that he was wearing. Sarlis said nothing. In response to the aura pressure, he used his mana to protect the soldiers. Behind him from Duke Easton's aura pressure, each cultivator can release aura pressure. The strength of the aura pressure depends on the cultivator's order. For a first order, the aura pressure was the same as the being pressure by the weight of a mountain. Sarlis managed to resist the aura pressure to a certain extent only because he was a peak second order cultivator. Using a little bit of his mana, he was able to reduce the pressure that he was feeling. That does not mean he wasn't feeling any pressure. He felt as if his entire body weight has been tripled. He was having a little trouble circulating his mana. About 5 km behind Duke Easton and his army, another army that was being led by General Haku was marching in their direction. Even if you bring your whole army, that still won't save you from being killed today. After saying that, taking out the silver color sword that was hung on his waist, Easton dashed at Sarlis at his full speed. While the Nepoka kingdom was rich enough to get resources that pushed their duke to reach the third order, Sarlis wasn't that lucky regarding that matter. Duke Sarlis reached peak second order without using any external elixir or pills, something that not everyone can do. Duke wasn't fast enough to match the speed of a beginner third order, being a beastman even, though his speed and strength were a few times higher compared to normal human cultivators. In front of a beginner third order, he was still lacking. Also, Easton's skills and class were mainly to support his agility. Being an agility-type cultivator, Easton was fast enough to match the speed of a mid-third order. Easton covered the 70 meters distance in the blink of an eye, and was only a few meters away from Sarlis. Just when the silver color sword of Easton was about to land on Sarlis's neck, a crimson-orange bolt of lightning hit his chest and sent him flying like a cannonball. Bang! I don't think you can even damage even a single hair on Sarlis's body under my watch. Hearing the voice, everyone raised their heads to find Aditya, the Dragon King, standing 100 meters above the ground with his crimson dragon wings. Duke Easton, who was sent flying almost 100 meters away, smashed the tree trunks that had fallen him and then stood up and looked at the sky. His eyes had turned red in anger. Good, very good. I didn't expect that while hunting for gold, I would actually find the diamond. The diamond that he was talking about was Aditya. If he can kill Aditya or even land a severe blow that would permanently cripple him, then the whole kingdom would collapse without their king. Did he really lose his mind or what? Aditya thought as he looked at Easton. Not to brag or anything, but within the span of 2 weeks, He has killed 3 third-order generals and fought with 5 third orders. After fighting so many third orders in Aditya's eyes, third-order beings are no longer anything that special. Current Aditya can easily kill a beginner third order. Let's end this name. Aditya Baneth race, Dragon. Bloodline, Crimson Heavenly Dragon. Class, War Dancer Rune Monarch. Level, 89 Right Arrow 100. Innate skill, Instant Learning and Adaptation. Crimson Blaze, Weapon Grandmaster, Runic Enchantment, Dragon Transformation. Passive skill, Eruption Wave, Crimson Blink, Silence Mind, Blast of Divine Fury, Aura of Soul Fire, New Dash. Artifact, Bracelet of Wind Fairy, Crown of 7 Sea. Strength 209, Right Arrow 220, Speed 100 plus and 100 plus. Stamina 209, Right Arrow 220. Health 209, Right Arrow 220. Mana 2, 781, Right Arrow 2, 792. Free stats 68, Right Arrow 90, Chapter 58. Looking at Aditya, who was still standing 100 meters above the ground, Easton secretly prepared to activate his skills. I still can't understand how a beginner second order can kill mid-third order. This should be against the laws of nature. I understand that one can increase their powers by equipping themselves with powerful artifacts and weapons, but that also has its limit. Knowing the financial condition of the kingdom, everyone knew that it was impossible for the Eastern Kingdom to have a 3-star weapon or artifact. Other than the Kingdom of Nyland, no other kingdom in the eastern part of the Dying Isle continent currently had any 3-star artifact or weapon. Aditya and Duke Sarlis both noticed the cracking sound. Everyone turned their heads in the east direction, where they found Duke Easton standing with sparks of black lightning starting to flicker around his body. The flickers of black lightning continued increasing. After 10 seconds, Duke Easton's whole body was covered in a layer of transparent black lightning. This move is almost like my lightning dash. Aditya looked surprised seeing the black lightning covering Easton's entire body like armor. Unlike my blue lightning, this black lightning feels more destructive. While Aditya's blue lightning could increase his agility, the black lightning was more focused on destructive powers. Black lightning dash, swoosh, bang. The ground instantly cracked like a spider web when the Duke of the Nepolka Kingdom dashed in Aditya's direction like a fierce wild beast that had gone berserk. The enemy moved so fast that even peak second-order Duke couldn't see Easton anymore. He only felt a strong gust of wind passing by him. Seeing how fast Easton was moving, Aditya didn't dare test the water. Without holding back, he also used lightning dash, causing blue lightning to start flickering around his body. However, unlike Easton, whose entire body was covered with a transparent layer of lightning, Aditya's body only flickered in blue lightning, showing the difference in the mastery of the same skill. He is fast, undoubtedly the fastest person I have ever countered till now. Black lightning strike. 40 meters away, Easton used his sword, which was a conductor of black lightning, to fire a black bolt of lightning at the enemy Dragon King. Seeing the bolt of lightning that was even faster than Easton's speed, Aditya didn't waste even a millisecond and stepped aside to let the bolt of black lightning pass by with only a few inches distance between. Not bad. He is able to dodge my lightning bolt, which even mid-third-order cultivators cannot. 125 plus attack, but let's see how long you can keep dodging. Easton assumed that his current speed was faster than Aditya's, which gave him extra confidence. Suddenly, Easton dropped the sword that he was holding in his left hand, which confused Aditya for a second. The Dragon King saw the Duke take a deep breath as the black lightning around his body started condensing on his both fists. Twilight Dragon punching rose. Simultaneously, the enemy Duke punched the air with his fists, releasing 2 black snakes that were entirely made up of black lightning. Aditya sensed the 2 lightning snakes were filled with black lightning mana. Each snake was about 15 meters long and 2 meters wide. Both snakes curled around Aditya before attacking him. One attacked from the front while the other attacked from the back. Boom! Easton smiled, seeing that the attack had successfully managed to hit the Dragon King. while Duke, Sarlis, and others' faces for a moment turned pale, seeing the attack had managed to hit their king. Swoosh! A red-crimson beam of light suddenly appeared behind Easton. From the corner of his eyes, the Duke found that the red beam of light was actually the enemy king. Not good. I can't react in time. The fear of death flashed in Easton's eyes as he watched the Dragon King slashing the red-crimson sword. Bang! Drip! Easton retreated back while holding his left shoulder. His face instantly turned pale. He was gritting his teeth and trying his best to endure the burning pain in his back. The attack had left a deep straight cut on Easton's back. Drip! The red blood soaked his clothes red. With each passing second, he was losing 1 health point. How are you this fast? Easton managed to squeeze these words out of his mouth while looking at Aditya with a painful expression. That's my little secret. Easton gritted his teeth in anger and in pain. He realized the sword that the enemy was holding was no ordinary sword. He could feel his flesh burning from the inside out, which further intensified the pain he was feeling. As a beginner third-order cultivator, Easton was an agility-type fighter. His current speed with 375 plus, 125 plus, and 500 plus, King was able to overpower him in agility. Aditya put the Crimson Dragon Wrath sword in his storage ring and looked at Easton as he massaged his left shoulder with his right hand. You know, these 2 weeks have been a headache for me. Waging war is no fun. I constantly had to make plans so that my kingdom would always stay 2 steps ahead of everyone. I admit that I had narrow escapes and some luck that also helped me in my kingdom. Suddenly the look on Aditya's face turned cold. He looked at Easton like he was looking at his biggest enemy. For a moment Easton forgot about the pain that he was feeling. He instead began trembling under those cold and terrifying eyes that seems to reflect his death. With your end, my kingdom will finally see a period of peace. Swoosh! Aditya's figure became blurred. He suddenly appeared right in front of Duke Easton. Easton raised his hand, trying to attack Aditya. He was faster, so he easily dodged the attack as he closed his left palm to form a fist while condensing almost half of his mana. He punched Easton's heart. Bang! The punch wasn't that powerful, but when everyone heard the soft cracking sound that was followed by the howl of agony, everyone unconsciously shivered in fright. Cough. Aditya coldly looked at Easton as he rolled on the ground, not caring about the dirt and mud. He tightly held his chest and was screaming in pain. The king just crippled Duke's mana heart. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Crippling the heart of a cultivator was the same as turning them into a mortal, not to mention the horrifying pain that comes with it. The pain of the mana heart being crippled was enough to make people commit suicide so that they can escape from this hellish pain. The soldier that once was saved by Easton stood there frozen in utter shock. Haku, who was leading an army from behind, ordered the troops to capture the remaining 3,000 troops and take them away. These troops now will be turned into prisoners of war and used in other future battles. While Easton was rolling on the ground in pain, Aditya took out a 3-star healing liquid which he poured on Easton's back to stop the bleeding. Your Majesty, should I kill him? Sarlis asked as he walked from behind. No, he will be an important asset to my next plan. Aditya turned around and looked at Sarlis's eyes, which were filled with endless admiration and respect for this king. I don't want the world to know that I have crippled his mana heart. Make sure that our troops keep their mouths shut. Understood, my king. Sarlis didn't question why Aditya wanted to suppress his news. For now he decided to follow his king and see what he wants to do with Easton. Listen everyone, it's time to clean up everything. Gather all the weapons and armors and then dispose of the bodies and clean the roads. Without Aditya or Sarlis's order, Haku was capable enough to know what he needs to do next. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Now that they have taken over the Zulux dynasty and also have defeated the marching troops of the Nepoka kingdom, Sarlis wanted to know if his king was going to continue the war and take over the whole Nepoka kingdom. Sigh. Even though it has been less than weeks since the war started, Aditya felt as if a long time had passed. What do you think I should do, Sarlis? I am afraid I don't understand your question. Sarlis replied as he tied unconscious Easton, who now had become completely powerless. Aditya looked at the sky, which now had cleared up. We just took over the Zulux dynasty. I have a lot of things to do. Just taking over the enemy territory won't be enough. Not to mention we share borders with the kingdom of Nyland. If we aggressively keep on expanding and take over the Nipoka kingdom, I am sure that a fourth-tier powerhouse like the Nyland kingdom won't just sit around and watch us. Aditya looked at Sarlis while continuing with his words. It's already a fortune that the kingdom of Nyland back out and refuse to participate in this war, otherwise our chances of surviving would have dropped. Also, with the back-to-back 4 big battles, the Istran army has been weakened. Even though the size of our troops only has increased, we will need time for the injured troops to recover. So what should we do now? Sarlis asked as he stood behind Aditya. Ever since Sarlis recognized Aditya as his king, he swore in his heart to follow Aditya everywhere. If his king were to fight with the whole world, Sarlis would still stand behind his king and cover his back. Simple, for now, we shall wait. Send a letter to the Nipoka king telling him that if he wants his duke back, he should agree to have a meeting with me. Sarlis raised an eyebrow, wondering what his king was thinking. Also, don't mention the fact that I have crippled Duke Easton's mana heart. Hearing Aditya's words, Sarlis finally understood what his king was thinking. He couldn't help but feel pity for the Nipoka king, knowing that he was about to be scammed. Both Duke and the king stared at each other in silence for a few seconds before bursting out laughing, confusing General Haku. Ha 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 ha, Your Majesty, no one can match your intelligence. This is just advanced planning. Sarlis shook his head, knowing that his king was only being modest here. Majesty, are you planning on heading back to the Zulux dynasty capital? Or are you planning on returning to Azure City? Aditya suddenly grabbed Easton by his neck and flew in the air. I am taking him back to the capital. He needs to spend some time in our prison and experience our sexy massage. Hearing Aditya's words, Sarlis shivered in fear. He suddenly started feeling pity for Easton, even though Easton was his enemy. Sarlis has heard that this sexy massage was so horrifying that former Prime Minister Joseph had lost his senses after a whole day of torture. Chapter 59. Not even an entire day had passed since the Istran kingdom had slaughtered 50,000 troops and captured Duke Easton. The news spread faster than wildfire. Throughout the eastern part of the dying Isle continent, every king, duke, and faction was beyond shocked. Your Majesty, are we really going to stand aside and watch as the Istran, the kingdom, conquers more land and becomes the next overlord? In the kingdom of Nyland, the current king and his ministers were having a meeting regarding the issue. I understand your concerns, but you also have to understand that our current political structure is not stable enough. Soon I will pass the throne to one of my sons. This itself increases the chances of starting a civil war within the kingdom. The king also had some other reasons for staying out of the war. He did not mention those reasons in front of his ministers, as some of them had started working for princes. Send messages to both kings that the kingdom of Nyland will host both kings for a meeting. The meeting shall take place in 3 days in the kingdom of Thura. Meanwhile, Aditya, after flying for a few hours, finally managed to return to Azure City. The guards looked at their king, who had made an unexpected return. Your Majesty, both guards kneeled to show their respect to their king. All the soldiers had immense respect for their king. All the things that Aditya has done this month gained him a lot of respect both from the people and the soldiers. You may rise. Take this man to the underground prison. Aditya threw Easton from the height of 3 meters. The guards caught the duke, who now looked like a beggar. Make sure he does not starve to death. Understood, Your Majesty. 2 of the guards dragged Easton away while other soldiers continued guarding the king's palace. Aditya then flew toward the training ground. As soon as he landed, Watson, his butler, and his wife, the goddess of alchemy, both rushed out of the palace to find Aditya. Aditya, after retracting his dragon wings, he turned to Julia, who looked at him with a mix of various emotions. Even though it has been less than 2 days since they separated, To them it felt like a year had passed. "Julia, you look beautiful as always." Today, his wife was wearing a beautiful light purple kimono that truly made her look like a goddess. Julia slightly smiled as she slowly walked toward the person whom she considered her fiancé. Each step was filled with elegance. She was like a fairy that had descended on the mortal world. Today she had tied her purple hair in a bun, which exposed her beautiful and seductive nape. Wearing sandals, she lightly walked in Aditya's direction. Before, Julia always dressed in simple clothes. This was the first time he was seeing her in a traditional outfit. He has to admit, she looked exceptionally good in this outfit that matched her hair color. After walking in front of Aditya, she pouted, which only made her look cuter. She was unhappy about the fact that Aditya did not tell her about the Nipoka kingdom's invasion. Aditya guessed her thoughts and smiled helplessly. "Thanks to the Black Heart, we managed to win both wars. If we are the body of the Eastern military, then you're the internal organs of that body that allowed our military to function smoothly. Because of your hard work, our soldiers were able to heal quickly. Your contribution in this war is bigger than anyone." Julia lowered her head, trying to hide her smile. These words were more than enough to warm her heart. She felt happy that Aditya was appreciating her hard work. No amount of money or wealth can compare with this warm feeling that was making her heart as sweet as honey. "Are you hurt?" Julia asked in a low tone. "I am sorry, what did you say?" Aditya couldn't hear what she just said. She raised her head to look into his crimson eyes and asked, "I asked if you're hurt anywhere." "I am not hurt. Even if I was injured, I had your 3-star healing pills. It was all thanks to your pills that we managed to reduce your causalities. You're the backbone of your military." Feeling happy, she lowered her head with a smile that bloomed on her face. "I think you deserve a reward. Tell me, is there anything that you want? As long as it's within my powers, I shall try my best to give it to you." "Can I really ask for anything?" "As long as it's within my powers." She directly into his eyes and asked boldly, "Then, I want you to come and meet my parents." Aditya's eyes widened in surprise, hearing his wife's words. Aditya knew that one day he will have to meet Julia's parents. He wasn't expecting that day to come this fast, but thinking back, Julia has been staying here for more than 2 years now. It's normal for her to miss her parents. I am not sure how they will react once they meet me. Aditya didn't have the best reputation. There were countless other men out there who were 100 times better than him in terms of cultivator, influence, and looks. He felt if he went to meet her parents, then her parents would look down on him and will try to separate them. I was thinking of meeting Julia's parents once I had become worthy enough to hold Julia's hand in public without hiding our identities. Aditya wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was worthy enough to deserve the most beautiful girl on this continent. After spending some time with her, he began to feel that he needs to become someone who will make his wives proud. He did not want his wives to feel ashamed mentioning his name in the public. Another reason why King Ahmed and Aditya never let anyone in this part of the continent know the fact that he was the husband of the 7 goddesses was because they knew that the public will ridicule Aditya. Although Aditya does not care about his reputation, he knew that these opinions would affect his wives. Aditya was feeling a little conflicted. Julia was from a noble house that had thousands of years of history. Her father, who was the duke of one of the strongest kingdoms on the whole continent, had the power to destroy even a 4th-tier kingdom within a single night. The house of Anard had multiple 4th-order powerhouses under their command. Forget about Julia's identity as the goddess of alchemy. Just her family background was something I can't compete with. There was a huge difference between 3rd order and 4th order. It was like comparing an ant with an elephant. I understand your worries, but trust me, my parents are not the kind of people who looks down on others. Aditya smiled, feeling a little relieved. I don't think I can visit your parents now. I have to deal with lots of administration work. In fact, Aditya was planning on heading to the Zulux dynasty capital tomorrow to officially take over the kingdom. Then how about visiting my parents after a month's time? Julia also received the letter that her mother sent asking her to return home with her fiancé. After a moment of thinking, Aditya realized that by 1 month he should be able to deal with all of his administrative work and should have some free time if the Nepoka kingdom does not start another invasion. All right, good. Julia smiled like a child, which Aditya found very cute. Watson, you can come out now. To not disturb them, Watson purposely didn't come out to greet His Majesty. Your Majesty, congratulations on winning 2 big battles. Ha ha ha, there is no need for much congratulations. Following Aditya, Julia stayed out of the conversation between Watson and Aditya. She was not interested in administration stuff. Politics always made her confused. After a few hours of talking with Watson, the trio had dinner and then went to sleep. Next morning, Aditya woke up early in the morning. Last time had slept in his office. After quickly washing up, he left after letting Watson know about it. While flying, Aditya finally took some time to check on his stats. My stats have significantly improved after. Now my level has reached 100, meaning that my cultivation has reached mid-phase of second order. If I continue with this speed, I should reach the peak phase of second order within a few weeks. Strength 209, right arrow 220, speed 100 plus and 100 plus, stamina 209, right arrow 220, health 209, right arrow 220, mana 2, 781, right arrow 2, 792, free stats 68, right arrow 90. My biggest asset in a battle is my mana and my agility. My agility has allowed me to win against 388 plus and 100 plus, 12 plus and 500 plus 12 plus, 8 plus and 2, 800 plus. Points to his other stats which were lagging behind. Name, Aditya Bainith. Race, Dragon. Bloodline, Crimson Heavenly Dragon. Class, War Dancer. Rune Monarch. Level, 100. Innate skill, Instant Learning and Adaptation. Crimson Blaze, Weapon Grandmaster. Runic Enchantment, Dragon Transformation. Passive skill, Eruption Wave, Crimson Blink, Silence Mind, Blast of Divine Fury, Aura of Soul Fire. Lunar Vision, Disturbance of Blessings, Mystic Surge, Charm of Inferno Rune, Lightning Dash. Artifact, Bracelet of Wind Fairy, Crown of 7 Sea. Strength 220, right arrow 235, speed 100 plus and 100 plus, stamina 220, right arrow 235, health 220, right arrow 235, mana 2, 792, right arrow 2, 800, free stats 90, right arrow 25, 25 plus, situations where his stats is not enough. Lightning Dash, 100 plus agility 2, 800 plus 600 plus boom. Like a rocket, Aditya shot in the direction of Lumberg City, which previously was the capital of the Zulux dynasty. Chapter 60. The morning sun just had brightened the sky of the eastern part of the dying Isle continent. Just like any normal day, the people woke up expecting the changes that were going to take place. Today, it was no secret that King Aditya was going to officially take over the Zulux dynasty as part of his Istarin kingdom. After today, the Zulux dynasty will become a thing of the past. The event that led to the demise of this dynasty with 100 plus years will be passed down from generation to generation. Today, a new ruler will sit on the throne of the Zulux dynasty that now will be known as the part of the Istarin kingdom. The people were a little concerned. Usually, when a new ruler replaces the old one, it comes with a lot of changes. The tax rate might be increased. New policies or rules might be introduced. The old ruler, King Sebastian, was a man who wanted to expand his dynasty. As the kingdom of Nyland shared borders with his dynasty, he couldn't really make a move against the small kingdoms that has allied themselves with the fourth-tier kingdom. The Istarin kingdom and the Nepoka kingdom were the only two kingdoms in the eastern part of the dying Isle continent that had not entered into an alliance with the Nyland kingdom. For decades, Sebastian has been using almost all of his dynasty's income in trying to increase their military strength. Before Sebastian took the throne, the Zulux dynasty was constantly pressured by the Nepoka kingdom. Small conflicts or clashes between two kingdoms kept happening all the time. At that time, the Nepoka kingdom had more military power and was considered the second strongest kingdom in this part of the continent. But with the combined efforts of the previous Prime Minister Joseph and Sebastian, within 2 decades the Zulux dynasty became a powerhouse that was stronger than the Nepoka kingdom. Sebastian wasn't the type of king who was worried about his people. His main focus always has been increasing their military strength. As a result, under Sebastian, the common and middle class families suffered a lot. During war times, the king would increase the tax, causing hardships for the middle class and lower class families. Today, everyone was only expecting the worst. If someone asked the people of the Zulux dynasty what they thought of their king, everyone would say bad things about him. The people were assuming Aditya to be the type of ruler who does not care about his people. Lüneburg City is the heart of the Zulux dynasty, the biggest and most prosperous city among the 7 other cities. The city originally was a small town where traders and merchants from different parts of the Zulux dynasty came to sell their goods. Later, when the Zulux dynasty's first king conquered this land, he made Lüneburg City the heart and the capital of his dynasty. The city was built on the bank of the ever-shifting stream. The city is older than the age of the Zulux dynasty and the Istrian kingdom combined. The city had well over 1 million people living in it, making it the most populated and biggest city of the Istrian kingdom. The area near the ever-shifting stream is densely populated. Most towns and villages were built on the bank of the river. The bank of the river provides fertile land which is necessary for agriculture. Being near the sea, the whole Zulux dynasty and the surrounding kingdoms received a fair amount of rainfall. Aditya was currently flying above the ever-shifting stream. He already had flown past hundreds of small villages that were built on the bank of the ever-shifting stream. Rice is the most grown crop in the Zulux dynasty. Rice was a daily food that everyone in this part of the continent ate. Even some nobles and knights had rice daily. It was one of those foods that were not expensive and enjoyable with other dishes. Aditya heard from Watson that rice wasn't that popular in the other western part of the continent and was very rarely eaten by the people. According to Watson, when Julia first came here she had kind of trouble having rice every day. Julia was from one of the richest noble houses on the continent. To someone like her, having rice 3 times a day was very uncomfortable. With the speed that Aditya was moving, it did not take him long to reach Lüneburg City. So this is Lüneburg City from this height. He was able to see the shape and size of the whole city. The city was surrounded by 11 meters high walls on 3 sides. From the west side, the city was connected with the ever-shifting stream through a port. The port had hundreds of big and small ships. The medieval period houses and the roads gave a unique form of charm to the city, almost as if I have traveled into medieval Europe. Having more than 1 million people, the city was almost 5 times bigger than a shark city. The Azure City is like a baby in front of this city. From the sky, Aditya can see his 3 wyverns, each guarding 3 main entrances. Lüneburg City had 3 main entrances. Each entrance was guarded and protected by at least a few hundred soldiers. The people had to wait in lines to get into the city. As if sensing something, the 3 wyverns simultaneously raised their heads and looked up at the sky, seeing that others also raised their heads, only to find a man standing 500 meters above the sky with red pair of dragon wings on his back. As the being with dragon wings kept descending, the second-order cultivators who had better vision than first-order cultivators immediately recognized him after seeing his face. His Majesty is here. Hurry up and open the northern gate. Scott, who happened to be talking with the soldiers, shouted after seeing His Majesty. In the next few seconds, Josh, Henry, and Tyler also noticed Aditya. The people who previously were standing in long lines to enter the city moved away quickly and made space for the king. Under Scott's orders, the northern gate, which was half closed, was now fully opened and all the people were made to stand aside. The soldiers stood before the people and formed a line to prevent anyone from reaching the king. All this happened before Aditya landed on the ground. Your Majesty, Scott, Henry, Tyler, and Josh, all 4 of his generals, come to welcome the arrival of their king. It looks like everything is under control. Good job, Your Majesty. We had no idea when you were going to arrive, so we did not prepare any carriage for you, but if you wait, there is no need for carriage. Aditya interrupted Josh. I can just walk to the palace. While walking, I can also take some time to check the whole city. Aditya wished to explore this big city. This would give him a better understanding of what the city is lacking and what things he should improve. Move out of the way. His Majesty is coming. The people who were walking on the road were moved aside by a few hundred soldiers. Everyone stood on both sides of the roads and stared at the man with crimson eyes, who was being followed by at least hundreds of soldiers. Is he our new ruler? He is so young, even younger than my son. I think I am in love. He is Prince Charming. Wearing a brown leather tunic and holding a sword on his waist, Aditya walked on the streets of Loomberg City with his chest raised. Aditya's dress was relatively simple and stylish. Aditya was followed by Scott, Tyler, Josh, and Henry. The four of them looked very alert and were constantly looking here and there, fearing that someone might try to assassinate their king. However, Aditya wasn't that worried. With his agility, even a third-order assassin cannot kill him. I heard the population of this city is a mix of different races. I guess those rumors are true then. On side of the street, he could see beastmen, elves, dwarves, succubus, and even mermaids. If Sebastian had allowed other races to join the army, or had allowed them to join the royal court, the condition of the dynasty would have been much better. It was not just King Sebastian. Many kings on the continent did not let other races join the military. Discrimination between humans and other races still existed. Soon the news of King Aditya spread throughout the whole city. Many people rushed out to see what their new king looked like. Everyone has heard of the brilliant deeds that Aditya has done, but they never had the fortune or the luck to see the man named Aditya. After about walking 20 minutes, Aditya had to stop seeing a golden carriage. The carriage stopped 10 meters away from Aditya. A figure quickly jumped out of the carriage and kneeled before Aditya, not caring about the public. Your Majesty, it's not appropriate for the king to walk on the street. Please get in the royal carriage and let me escort you to the palace. My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Carlos Levin. I used to be the governor of Renestri City. You may rise. If I remember correctly, Renestri City is located near the northwest part of the kingdom, near the border of the Nyland Kingdom. Move out of the way. Another royal carriage is coming. In the next few minutes, 5 more royal carriages appeared and fully blocked the road. In the end, Aditya took one of the royal carriages. Your Majesty, this way. Carlos was familiar with the royal palace. After Aditya exited the royal carriage, Amber, Nathan, and Eleanor had come to greet their king. After a long walk, Aditya finally reached the throne hall. Additional information. Ever-shifting stream, a river that originates from the Nyland Kingdom. The river flows through the Zulux dynasty to reach the Eastern Kingdom, and then later joins the sea. Chapter 61. Your Majesty, the throne awaits your arrival. Aditya lightly nodded and pushed the 2 golden, giant doors apart to walk into the throne hall. When the doors were opened, Aditya could feel everything in the throne hall shining. For a moment he was stunned by how magnificent and glorious the throne hall looked. Humble braziers hanging from each of the 16 soapstone columns light up every part of the throne hall and cover the hall in warm oranges and dancing shadows. The relatively simple stonework on the domed ceiling dance in the flickering light, while statues and marble icons look down upon the porcelain floor of this marvelous hall. A barrel rug runs down from the throne and marks the closest spot people can stand when they address the Royal Highness, while pointed banners with golden crowns droop from the walls. Between each banner hangs a torch. Many of them have been lit and in turn illuminate the murals of divine beings below them. Vast windows are enclosed by curtains colored the same beryl as the banners. The curtains have been adorned with jewels and fancy tassels. A noble throne of onyx sits beneath an almost entirely closed baldachin canopy and is adjoined by 6 similar but smaller seats for visiting dignitaries. The throne is covered in symmetric sculptures, and fixed on each of the front legs is a lavish demon wing. The thin pillows are dark beryl, and these two have been adorned with adorned ridges. Those listening to their royal highness can do so on the plethora of lightly illuminated iron benches lined up perfectly symmetrical. Those of higher standing can instead take seats in the embellished balustrades overlooking the entire hall. Your Majesty, do you like it? Aditya nodded his head as he looked around. Yesterday I hired some men to do some renovation to the throne hall. Amber did not wish her king to sit on the throne that was used by Sebastian, so she asked for all the pillows and rugs and other things to be changed. She even went as far as to add a canopy above the throne. Aditya secretly was very pleased with what Amber did. Aditya slowly walked in and stepped toward the throne. Following Aditya, everyone also walked into the throne hall and stood right in front of the throne. He slowly climbed the stairs. He first touched the throne and then sat on the throne with his head raised, even though others did not notice it. In fact, Aditya was a little nervous about the whole thing. His movement was a little stiff. This was the first time he was sitting on the throne in front of so hundreds of people. Amber took the golden crown that had multiple rubies embedded in it from the servant, and then walked toward the throne. As she walked, she attracted the eyes of everyone. Many couldn't help but feel how beautiful Amber was. Today was a special occasion. Amber made all of Aditya's generals dress up properly. Other than Aditya, everyone's dress was dazzling and radiating in elegance. Today Amber wore a long, beautiful white robe that covered her whole body. The white silk exposes her curves, giving the man a breathless, seductive feeling. Even though she had covered her body, her charm was leaving men breathless. After Amber reached second order with her body cultivator, her powers increased and her charm and seductive powers increased. Every step she took was filled with a unique form of charm and seduction that seems to captivate the men's eyes. Every time she took a step, holy mountains seemed to sway as if begging for some attention. Gulp. Even though Aditya pretended to be calm, in fact, he too, as a man, was affected by Amber's charm. But unlike others, he was able to resist his lust to a certain extent. Her beauty isn't anything less than Julia. In the whole throne hall, only the sound of footsteps of a single person could be heard. Amber slowly climbed the stairs and stood right before Aditya. From this close distance, he could smell her body's fragrance, which seems to make him feel drunk. Amber gently smiled as Aditya lowered his head. She then put the crown on his head, officially marking the end of the Zulux dynasty. With the crown on his head, Aditya has officially taken over the Zulux dynasty. From now on, there will be no more Zulux dynasty. It will be known as a part of the Eastern Kingdom. Clap. Everyone clapped hands with smiles on their faces. Everyone in the throne hall was more than satisfied with their new ruler. As for the loyal men of Sebastian, Amber had eliminated them without leaving a trace. After Amber stepped down, an old man stepped forward with a golden scroll in his hands. The Zulux dynasty will be a part of the Eastern Kingdom. All of the Zulux dynasty land, towns, villages, and 7 main cities, which are Ashark City, Lumberg City, Renestri City, Rosdorf City, Rodograd City, Nurburg City, Alenia City, will be under King Aditya's rule. I want the 6 former governors of Lumberg City, Renestri City, Rosdorf City, Rodograd City, Nurburg City, and Alenia City to step forward and officially introduce themselves. With the word of the king, Carlos Levin was the first one to step forward. The former governor kneeled in front of his new ruler. With his right hand placed on top of his right knee, he lowered his head and once again introduced himself. It's an honor to meet the ruler of the Eastern Kingdom. The servant's name is Carlos Levin. I used to be the governor of Renestri City. Aditya carefully observed the man named Carlos. Carlos was a young, handsome man in his 30s. He had honey blonde hair that reached down his waist. He was slim and 5 feet 8 inches tall. Being a mid-second order cultivator, Carlos was considered one of the genius and rising stars of the Zulux dynasty. Following Carlos, One by one other 5 governors stepped forward and began introducing themselves. Your Majesty, I am Rain Jansen, the former governor of Rostorf City. It's an honor to finally meet you. Rain Jansen was an old man in his late years. He had a gray beard and a bald head. I am John Gladstone. I was the governor of Rodigrad City. I have long wanted to meet your Majesty. I am deeply fascinated by your Majesty's way of thinking. John Gladstone, the only demon among the Zulux dynasty nobility. John is a vampire with red crimson eyes and white hair. John was undoubtedly the most handsome man in the throne hall. I am Barbet de Vienne. I was the governor of Nuremberg City, located in the south. Barbet was a fat, middle-aged man. Among the 6 governors, he was the fattest and weakest governor. And I am Juan Arazola, former governor of Alenia City. I am Ivan Menshikov. I used to take care of Lüneburg City, though I mostly received orders from King Sebastian. I never was the official governor of the capital. Yesterday, when the 6 governors received the letters from the king, asking them to surrender and submit, the idea of resisting and allying with other forces did come to their minds. Juan and Barbet, both governors, even thought of revolting, but they quickly discarded their idea after learning the horrifying fate of Duke Easton and his troops. Everyone knew in their hearts that going against Aditya would be the same as inviting death. Also, the governors and their families finally managed to gain their freedom with the death of Sebastian. The contract that their ancestors were forced to sign, which restricted their freedom, was finally broken by Aditya. Everyone was very grateful to their new king. It's nice to meet you all. I know you have worked for the previous king. Under my rule, you all no longer have the rank of a noble. I can appoint new governors, but I prefer that you all continue working under me. I won't force you to work under me. If you want to quit, then I won't stop you. Aditya was letting them know that he can always appoint new governors and run the kingdom even without their help. Hearing the words of the king, all 6 governors showed a look of hesitation. Before coming here, they knew in their hearts that there was a huge chance that the new king will replace them with new governors. The first thing that a king would do after taking over a kingdom will be slaughtering all the nobles who once worked for the former king. Your Majesty, please allow us to continue working. As the city governors, we, our parents and our ancestors, were forced to work for the generational rulers of the Zulux dynasty. We never liked the king, but due to the contract, we did not have any option of quitting either. It was Carlos who gathered his courage to speak. If you want to work under me, then you will have to allow me to put their mark on your foreheads. Everyone stared at the star-shaped drawing on the piece of paper. If I may, can I know what this is? This is also a contract. Hearing the word contract, the governors' bodies shook in fear. The contract that previously caged them was no different from being a slave to the king. They did not wish for another similar contract to take away their freedom. Fear not. This contract will prevent you all from betraying me and the Isterin kingdom. As for how you govern your territory or the matters related to your personal life, I will not interfere. Suddenly, Aditya's eyes turned sharp and cold. Every governor started sweating looking at those crimson eyes that seems to have a unique red shine. If you dare to work with our enemies and plan to betray the Isterin kingdom, the contract will rip your souls. We would never dare to even think of betraying the Isterin kingdom. Even though Aditya's act might seem cruel, he still needed to do this to ensure the safety of his kingdom. Aditya had thought of killing them and replacing them with new governors, but that would take from weeks to even months' time. Finding the right candidate would take a lot of time. Aditya gave a satisfied nod. Unlike the previous contract, this contract will be limited only to the governor, meaning that the contract shall not bind your family members. If you accept my offer, then I will give you all the rank of Viscount. If you wish to increase your ranks, you must earn a certain amount of merit points. I expect total loyalty toward the kingdom. If you're not ready to do it, then I won't force you. Carlos looked at other governors who were hesitating. This is my chance. I heard that His Majesty is really kind toward his 2 dukes Zane and Sarlis. If I miss this chance, then I will have endless regret. Your Majesty, I want to continue my work as Renestri City. Good, Carlos, I have big expectations from you. Do not disappoint me. With a wave of his hand, the paper with crimson red drawn on it flew to Carlos's forehead. The next second, the red star glowed in red light. Carlos felt a burning sensation on his forehead. The next moment he felt something connecting him to His Majesty. He couldn't exactly point out what it was. The feeling was mysterious yet refreshing. Thank you, Majesty. I promise to work hard for the better future of the Eastern Kingdom. It was like the act Carlos gave the others the final push that they needed. Following Carlos, others also submitted themselves to Aditya. From now, I give you all the rank of Viscount. As long as you earn a certain amount of merit points, there are chances that you all might rise in your ranks to become Dukes of the Eastern Kingdom. Your Majesty, can you please tell us how we can earn merit points? Carlos looked really excited. Sebastian did not give them any ranks. Now that they were given a chance to rise in ranks, everyone wanted to become Duke. Thank you for all the golden tickets. Chapter 62. Your Majesty, can you please tell us how we can earn merit points? Carlos looked really excited. Sebastian did not give them any ranks. Now that they were given a chance to rise in ranks, everyone wanted to become Duke. There are many ways for you to earn merit points, but the easiest way of earning merit points would be by developing the territories which you respectively govern. Each month, I want you all to personally come to the capital and submit a report on your monthly earnings and spending. The second way of earning merit points would be by expanding the military power, which is by recruiting more troops without burdening the earning. The third way is by capturing or killing wanted criminals. The fourth way would be by completing the missions that I will personally give to some of you in some cases. In case your territory discovers any mines, you will be directly promoted. Also, if you don't wish to lose your title as the Viscount and fall in the category of Baron, you must earn at least 500 permit points per month. The whole system was completely new to everyone. It was more like the king was running a sect. Your Majesty, what else we can do with the permit points? Aditya smiled and replied, other than rank promotion, one can use permit points to buy 3-star cultivation pills. Seriously, do you think I am joking? With all the money Aditya has recently made, he can now afford to buy Julia higher quality alchemy materials that can allow her to make 3-star cultivation pills and many other 3-star pills. A 3-star cultivation pill can increase the cultivation speed of a third order by 25%. But these kinds of pills are extremely expensive even for the dukes and kings. But if they can use their permit points to get 3-star cultivation pills, in a few years, they would multiple 3-star cultivators under their command. Just thinking about that, every governor felt tempted. Your Majesty, one last question. Does Duke Zane and Sarlis would also have to follow this merit earning system? Yes, but the benefits that they will receive will be different from yours. As they hold the rank of Duke, they will receive monthly cultivation resources even without needing any permit points. By using this new system, all the nobles who are and will be a part of his empire will be loyal to him. By providing them with cultivation resources in exchange for permit points, Aditya was actually pushing the growth of his empire. If everything goes according to the plan, before next year, the Eastern Kingdom will have at least 5 or 6 third-order cultivators. I am sorry, Julia, but it looks like you will have to work hard until we can find someone who is capable enough to replace you. In fact, Julia already had begun looking for suitable people who can replace her. During this wartime, Julia has constantly been working. Sometimes she would work for more than 18 hours or even 22 hours. She would barely get any sleep. Disperse. All the governors felt relieved and very happy that their king was this different from Sebastian. Unlike Sebastian, who wanted to control everything, Aditya gave them the freedom that they wanted. He added the merit point earning system, which aligned perfectly with the governors' desires to become powerful individuals. This method ensured that only the hard-working ones would receive the most benefits. As Carlos and other governors walked out of the throne hall, Carlos looked at others and said, "Just you watch. Soon, I will become the third duke and will have multiple third order under my control. Ha, Carlos, you're still inexperienced. I bet you would be the last one to rise in rank. We will see when the time comes. Zachary. From Aditya's shadow, the old man Zachary appeared and kneeled behind the throne. Amber and others were surprised to see Zachary hiding in Aditya's shadow. This entire time, the old man has been guarding Aditya without anyone noticing. I don't fully trust these governors of mine. Send some of your men to keep a watch over them. If they find anything suspicious, report it to me at once. Understood, Your Majesty. Swoosh. Once again, Zachary disappeared into the shadow. Aditya then glanced at his 7 generals who has fought for him and had slaughtered countless enemies in these 2 weeks. Unlike the governors, Aditya can fully trust them. I think it's time to head back to knock knock. Who is it? Aditya asked calmly. Your Majesty, a messenger from the Nyland Kingdom has arrived. Amber and others looked at each other in confusion. Why would the Nyland Kingdom send a messenger? Let him in. The golden doors were opened. A man wearing a 1-star leather vest walked into the throne hall. After walking in front of His Majesty, he kneeled and lowered his head. Long live to His Majesty. I pray that Mother Goddess blesses the Istran land. You may rise. The man looked like someone in his 30s. He was a late-stage first-order cultivator. Your Majesty, as you already have guessed, I have a message from His Majesty, the King of Nyland. Go ahead, I am listening. His Majesty has said the following. As the neighboring kingdom, the Kingdom of Nyland will oversee the meeting between the 2 kingdoms and help them sort things. I shall personally attend this meeting. I humbly ask the kings of both neighboring kingdoms to come as well. I hope both kings will give the King of Nyland some face. What does the King of Nyland is planning? What is he trying to gain by overseeing the meeting between 2 kingdoms when the war had nothing to do with his kingdom? Is he indirectly trying to help the Nepoka kingdom during the meeting? If I don't attend this meeting, then this will be a huge slap to the Nyland king's face. Aditya was a little confused. When he was taking over the Zulux dynasty, the Nyland kingdom did not show any movement or signs of attacking. They easily could have taken advantage of Sebastian's death to attack the Zulux dynasty. Did the Nepoka king and Nyland king make some kind of secret deal to suppress the Istran kingdom? This meeting is the most important phase of my plan to dominate the eastern part of the dying Isle continent. If the Nyland king supports the Nepoka kingdom, then I can't demand the thing that I was going to ask for in exchange for Duke Easton. Geopolitically, the current Istran kingdom shares borders with both the Nepoka and the Nyland kingdom. Our sudden rise must have threatened both kingdoms. This was originally why the Nepoka kingdom attacked us. There is a chance that both kingdoms have allied themselves against my kingdom. Also, His Majesty has told me to add this point. The Nyland kingdom is not allying with neither the Istran nor the Nepoka kingdom. The Nyland kingdom will stay neutral in any conflict or in any clash between 2 kingdoms. It's my selfish wish to oversee the meeting between 2 kingdoms. Hearing those words, half of Aditya's worries instantly disappeared. There was no need for me to get worried. Currently, the Nyland kingdom is facing a throne succession problem. If the kingdom starts a war, then the whole kingdom will thrown in chaos, as the princes have started pulling powerful nobles and kings advisor to their sides. Very well. We, the Istran kingdom, respect the Nyland king and kingdom's wishes. In fact, I personally also wish to form friendly relations with our neighboring kingdom. I hope that the incident with the Zulux dynasty won't be repeated another time. Also, if possible, we hope to open trade routes between the 2 kingdoms in the future. The messenger smiled. Then I will pass these words to His Majesty. The meeting shall take place in the capital of the Kingdom of Thura in 2 days' time. If I remember correctly, the Kingdom of Thura is one of those small kingdoms located between the Nyland and the Nepoka kingdom. They also happen to share a border with our empire. It looks like Nyland is serious when he said about staying neutral. Nyland king could be arranged the meeting to take place in his kingdom, but he didn't do that. This itself showed that the Nyland king is not taking any sides here. If there isn't anything else, this humble servant shall excuse himself." After bowing to Aditya one more time, the messenger left the throne hall. "Your Majesty, who are you planning on taking with you for the meeting?" In her heart, Amber wanted to go with Aditya and visit the small kingdom of Thura. "I was thinking of going alone, but kings from both big kingdoms are going to come. I can't just go there alone." Aditya can bet that both kings are going to bring their strongest cultivators to the meeting. "I will bring Morgan, Nathan, and Watson with me." Since Morgan was a necromancer with supporting skills, if in case any battle breaks out, she can help Aditya with her supporting skills. Nathan can gather information about the enemy, while Watson can help him in negotiating. Amber lowered her head. She was slightly disappointed. Meanwhile, Amber, Nathan, and Tyler, you three can head back to the capital with the wyverns. These days, Julia was been doing so hard. Maybe Amber's presence can make her feel a little relaxed, while he sent Nathan with them, so that he can go and inform Watson about the meeting. Now it's time to office work. Aditya stood up from the throne as he stretched his body. "First of all, I want all the budget reports on the military and public sectors. I also want to know about the total amount of tax that was collected in the last 3 years. Hurry up and bring all the papers to the study room." Chapter 63. The Kingdom of Thura, one of the smallest kingdoms that shares borders with the Nepoka Kingdom in the east. In the south, the kingdom shared borders with the Zulux dynasty, which is now known as the Istaran Kingdom. The Kingdom of Thura is a small kingdom that recently became a 3-tier powerhouse. In the past, when the Nepoka Kingdom and the Zulux dynasty clashed, most of the time, their battles would take place on the border of the Kingdom of Thura. The Kingdom of Thura was ruled by a storm dragon. Charles Bell, the king of Thura Kingdom, was a peak 2-star dragon. During the chaotic times when everyone's forces were fighting, Charles's father, the previous storm dragon who was a 4th-order powerhouse, managed to push off the enemies and secure land for their kingdom establishment. It was because of the 4th-order guardian that other big kingdoms did not look at the Thura Kingdom. Unfortunately, good days did not last long as their guardian was attacked by a powerful curse that killed him around 70 years ago. By that time, the chaotic situation in the eastern part of the continent had calmed down. Everyone's kingdom became busy trying to rebuild its powers. Thura Kingdom was currently the smallest kingdom in the eastern part of the continent. Before the Zulux dynasty was conquered, after the Istaran Kingdom, the Kingdom of Thura was the second smallest kingdom. The kingdom did not have a complex political structure. The king ruled everything and did not allow any corruption to exist in his kingdom. Despite its small size, the kingdom was richer than some bigger kingdoms. The Thura Kingdom was known as the land of cold irons. Cold irons are used to make 2-star or 3-star swords or armors. The kingdom had over 4 cold iron mines. After learning this fact, Aditya wondered why the previous Zulux king and the Nepoka Kingdom had not attacked the Thura Kingdom. The answer was because of a contract. In exchange for a certain amount, the Newland Kingdom decided to offer its protection to the Thura Kingdom for 20 years. Neither Zulux king nor the Nepoka king wished to offend the Nyland Kingdom, so they had to suppress their greediness and not look at the Thura Kingdom. Another reason why the Nyland Kingdom decided to offer its protection to this small kingdom was because of geopolitics. The Nyland king knew that without their intervention, both kingdoms would attack the Kingdom of Thura and inevitably start a war between the 2 neighboring kingdoms. Once the sparks of war spread, other kingdoms won't simply stand still. They would also surely jump in and join. This whole situation might result in another chaotic situation for the eastern continent, which the Nyland Kingdom wished to avoid. The Kingdom of Thura had 4 cities in it. Each city was located near the border, located in the southern part of the kingdom, near the border of the current Istaran Kingdom, the capital and heart of the Thura Kingdom, Vragos City. Unlike other days, today Vragos City was on high alert. The security of the whole city has tripled. Not only that, King Charles also summoned his 3rd-order General Wren as a countermeasure in case something went wrong during the meeting. King Charles might have a small kingdom, but when push comes to shove, He is not afraid of fighting for his kingdom. Standing at the top of the wall, both King Charles and his general and the commander of Thura, kingdom's army, Ren both looked into the distance in silence. I only pray to Dragon God that everything goes well in the meeting. Your Majesty, I apologize, but I personally feel that the chances of the three kings starting a fight are very high. This is the first time in centuries that the kings of three big kingdoms are having a meeting that is also in a foreign land. Another reason why I think that a fight will start is because of the Eastern King. What made you concerned about the Eastern King? The Storm Dragon asked, but he already knew the answer deep in his heart. Among all the kings in this part of the continent, King Aditya is the most aggressive one. From the news I received, I also know a bit about his character. That Dragon King is ruthless and very aggressive toward his enemies. The thing that I most admire about him is that he is not afraid of anyone. Knowing his personality, I wouldn't be surprised if he challenged the Nyland Kingdom. Now Your Majesty might argue, why would he challenge a fourth-tier kingdom that is on the verge of becoming an empire? The answer is simple. Ren looked at the black dot that was coming in their direction. It's his terrifying power to defeat a third-order general while still being a beginner second order. Give that man a few more months. I am sure he will become strong enough to butcher fourth orders of Nyland Kingdom. Ha. King Charles looked at the black dot that now had starting to get bigger. After laughing for a while, he looked at the black bird that was flying in their direction. Man like are born in once every 1,000 years. Ren, remember this, we can offend the Nepoka and the Nyland Kingdom, but we cannot pay the price of offending a man like the Dragon King. 10 royal carriages which were surrounded by 1,000 knights approached in the direction of Vrago's city from the west. Your Majesty, the Dragon King is also here. The old king glanced in the southern direction. He saw 4 wyverns flying in the direction of Vrago's city. With his enhanced vision, he was able to see the figure standing on the back of third order wyvern. He is so young, yet he looks so mature. At the same time, from the east, 5 royal carriages were approaching Vrago's city. Sitting inside the third carriage, the Nepoka king also glanced in the southern direction, where he saw King Aditya standing on a third-order wyvern. So this is the man who was responsible for Sebastian's fall and also defeated Easton. For a brief second, his eyes flashed in fear. Unlike other kings, Aditya was very aggressive. If today's meeting does not satisfy the Eastern King, then he was sure Aditya would personally lead an army to attack his kingdom. If the current Nepoka king and the Eastern King fought, who do you think is going to win? Hearing the king's question, the prime minister felt like rolling his eyes. Even without Aditya at this point, the Eastern Kingdom has grown to the point where they can annihilate the Nepoka Kingdom in less than a week. Your Majesty, I believe you already know the answer in your heart. I admit that sending 50,000 troops and Duke Easton to attack the Eastern Kingdom was a mistake. Yes, who was expecting Aditya to travel from the Zulux dynasty to the Vrain city within a day? Your Majesty, I suggest you make peace with the Eastern Kingdom for now. We had a total of 110,000 troops. Losing 50,000 troops was a huge blow to your military power. Sigh, I understand. As long as the Eastern King does not touch my bottom line, I will agree with anything he asks. This is how the world worked. The strong always get to dominate the weak. There were no such things as right or wrong. Before the war started, the Eastern Kingdom was dependent on them. But now the whole situation has been reversed. It is the Nepoka Kingdom that was surviving on the Eastern Kingdom's mercy. Nepoka King's eyes flashed in hatred and anger as he looked at the wyvern who was about to reach the Vrago's city. Aditya, I swear one day I will kill in your kingdom. Just you wait. They are here. Open the gates. Under King Charles's orders, the 3 gates of the Vrago city were opened up. From the eastern gate, all 5 royal carriages entered the city after a small checking. Charles had sent his right-hand man, Louis, to receive the Nepoka king and lead him to the meeting room. At the western gate, King Charles personally stood at the entrance to welcome their biggest ally, the Nyland king. Before the carriages could enter the city, the king ordered 1,000 knights to wait outside the city. The carriages then stopped at the entrance. No need to do any checking, saying that the king went to greet the Niland king. Charles, it has been a while. You look stressed today. Your Majesty, this is an important event. As the king, I have to properly receive our 3 esteemed guests. As if sensing Charles's worries, the Niland king smiled and assured him in a serious tone, "Do not worry. The meeting will go peacefully. The Niland kingdom is here to oversee the whole meeting. Our kingdom shall not interfere with the conflict between 2 kingdoms. If both kings fight, I will stop them. Majesty, your words relieve me of my worries. Ha, I always keep my promise. I promise to protect your kingdom. I shall do that until the contract expires." Charles looked a little hesitant before speaking. "Your Majesty, about the contract. Since I am here, I will discuss the new contract after the meeting ends." Charles nodded, feeling very relieved. Bonus chapter is coming. Chapter 64. At the southern entrance, the soldiers stared at the 4 wyverns that just landed in front of them. Aditya, Watson, Morgan, and Nathan carrying Duke Easton with him got off from the wyvern's back. "You 4 stay here till we return." The wyverns nodded and made some space next to the entrance and laid down there. "Your Highness, it's an honor to finally meet you." A handsome young man slightly lowered his head to show his respect to the Eastern king. This man was the 3rd Order commander of the Thura Kingdom's army. "I apologize for my sudden visit. The meeting was decided at the last minute, so I couldn't prepare any gifts. Your Highness, your presence in this small kingdom itself is a huge thing for us. I don't think we are worthy of receiving your gifts." Ha. Aditya liked how sly this man was. From his words, his intentions were clear. The kingdom of Thura was worried that Aditya might do something while staying in their kingdom. "I look forward to meeting King Charles. As neighbors, I would love to form diplomatic relations with your kingdom. Maybe in the future, our kingdom will become the biggest buyer of cold iron from your kingdom." With these words, Aditya made it clear that he had no intention of invading the kingdom of Thura. He wanted to form a friendly relationship with this small kingdom. "If His Highness wants to form diplomatic relations with our kingdom, I am sure my king would be more than happy." To the public, it would look like 2 men were praising each other and were being friendly, but in reality, both men were testing each other. "Your Highness, I have prepared a royal carriage for you. Please get in." Ren personally opened the door of the carriage for Aditya. "Thank you, Ren. Before coming here, I had to go back to Azure City to get Duke Easton, so I was a little late. I did not have enough time to prepare carriages for my travel." Both men knew that Aditya was lying. Aditya bought the 4 wyverns to display his strength to other kingdoms. Following Aditya, Watson, Morgan, and Nathan, who were carrying unconscious Easton, got in the carriage. The interior of the carriage was big, a bedroom. The carriage had couches, a table, even a luxurious bed. The floor was covered with a white carpet. The carriage even had a small bathroom and a kitchen. "Your Highness, I am sure you all must be a little tired from your journey. Do you want some wine, or juice, or maybe some of our kingdom's snacks? I would like a cup of tea." Aditya wanted to if Ren or the kingdom of Thura had planned to take him out with poison. Nathan, as an assassin, would be able to tell if the food was poisoned or not. Clap. Ren, who was sitting on the couch, clapped his hand gently. The beautiful-looking maid opened the door and bowed her head. "Give us 5 cups of tea. Sir Watson and Sir Nathan and Madam Morgan, would the 2 of you like to have some snacks with tea? I would like to have a strawberry cake." "I am fine with anything." "I am also fine with anything." Even though Morgan was a slave here, Ren did not look down on her. If a slave was with His Majesty, he had to show the slave respect. Not to mention the fact that Morgan was a mid-3rd order. Ren cannot defeat Morgan alone. "All right, 5 cups of tea and 2 strawberry cakes, please." The maid wrote down the order and then excused herself. "Your Highness, I have heard many rumors about you. These days, almost everyone in our kingdom is talking about you. People were praising how you managed to bring a weak kingdom to conquer the Zulux dynasty." "Ha, you flatter me, Sir Ren. I did what I had to do for kingdom." Aditya liked how humble and gentle Ren was despite being the commander of Thura Kingdom's army. Unlike some pretentious people, Ren was being sincere here. Aditya liked his attitude. Watson, Morgan, and Ren were a little surprised when Aditya addressed him using the Sir word. If I may be bold, can I ask if His Majesty has any plans of conquering more lands? Sir Ren, I am more than satisfied with what I have gained by conquering the Zulux dynasty. I want to protect my land and develop my kingdom to become one of the most powerful kingdoms. While doing if some kingdoms decides to provoke us, then we will have to reply back. Aditya's intentions were clear here. Unless someone provoked them, the Eastern Kingdom had no reason to start another war. What about you, Sir Ren? I heard the Thura Kingdom's princess and you have a thing. Before coming here, Aditya has asked Zachary to gather information on the royal family and nobles of the kingdom. Aditya knows many things that the general public is unaware of. Well, the young man lowered his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Who would thought that commander of a kingdom would act like a 15-year-old teenage boy in love? Ha ha ha, I understand. I won't ask anything. But if Sir Ren decides to get married someday, then be sure to invite this king as well. If Ren becomes the next king, Aditya can easily form an alliance with him. After chatting with him for a while, he now understands Ren's character. Ren was an intelligent man. He was not arrogant about his power or position. He was humble and knew what his kingdom's weaknesses are. In Aditya's eyes, Ren was the perfect candidate to become the next king. Of course, I promise, I will personally write a letter to invite His Majesty. Both Ren and Aditya talked for 10 more minutes while having tea. Both men understood each other's ambition and felt that both could form an alliance. Your Majesty, we are here. When the carriage doors were opened, Aditya was the first to come out. Watson, Morgan, and Nathan followed him from behind. The guards hurriedly opened the doors to let the king of the Eastern Kingdom enter. This way, Ren was told to just bring the king of the Eastern Kingdom to the meeting place. But after talking with Aditya, Ren's respect for the king only increased, so he personally leads the way for the king. After 1 minute walk through the long corridor, Aditya and Ren arrived at the round hall where he found various third-order cultivators belonging to the Nepoka and the Nyland Kingdom sitting. The third-order dukes and generals of the Nepoka Kingdom instantly got angry seeing what the enemy king has done to their Duke Easton. Duke Easton has become useless. His mana heart has been crippled. One of the Third Order couldn't control his anger and ended up releasing his Third Order aura. Boom! Crack! The walls started cracking due to the pressure. Calm down. Ren's words did a magical charm and stopped the Third Order before things go out of hand. After calming down, everyone from the Nepoka Kingdom realized that the Thura Kingdom's general looked very close to King Aditya. It was like they were great friends. They mistakenly assumed that even the Thura Kingdom, which publicly stated that they will be staying neutral, was actually supporting the Eastern Kingdom. Aditya ignored everyone in the whole room. Today he had bigger things in his hand. You three can wait here. Watson, come with me. Sir, I apologize, but Sir Watson is not allowed to enter the meeting room. The guards couldn't allow a butler to enter the meeting room. Before Aditya could say anything, Ren coldly glared at the guard. He is not a butler, he is king, Aditya's unofficial prime minister. Since the Eastern Kingdom did not have any prime minister, it was Watson who has been working as the unofficial prime minister. Seeing the great commander glaring at him, the guards' faces turned pale. They quickly opened the iron doors for Aditya and Watson. Before entering the meeting room, Aditya coldly looked at all the Third Orders. For some reason, when they looked at those crimson eyes, their bodies trembled slightly. Even Ren was no exception to this. If anything happens, just call the wyverns outside the city. Aditya had created a special signaling talisman that could call his 4 wyverns, even from 100 km. After saying those words, Aditya and Watson entered the meeting room. The doors were closed by the guards. Ren stood in front of the door with his back facing the door. If he sits next to Watson, then others would think that he was supporting the Eastern Kingdom, which he did not want. So, standing was the best option for him. Welcome, Eastern King. The meeting room wasn't that big. The whole room was lit with bright white light. There were 3 people sitting at the long rectangular table. The Thura King and the Nyland King were sitting together on the left side. The dining table was filled with hundreds of dishes from all 4 kingdoms. Hello, I think this is the first time we have met face to face. I am Aditya, the Dragon King of the Eastern Kingdom. After introducing himself, Aditya sat opposite Nepoka King, just like he expected. The Nepoka King looked like he would kill Aditya just with his glare. Chapter 65. First of all, why don't we start off with the basics? Let's introduce ourselves. I am the Storm, Dragon King of Thura Kingdom Charles. I am the King of the Nyland Kingdom Mark Vega. Unlike others, Mark Vega was an old man with a white beard and white short hair. Despite looking like 50 years old, King Vega was actually 151 years. Unlike other kings in this meeting room, Vega's cultivation was the lowest here. He was only a beginner second order. I am the Nepoka King, Ethan Scott. The Nepoka King was a middle-aged looking man with long, black hair. King Ethan was about 6 feet tall and had a slim body. He was a peak second order cultivator. Even in the meeting room, he was wearing armors which showed that he was a cautious man and was afraid of Aditya. Good, now that everyone has introduced themselves, let's start this meeting. Vega elegantly cut the steak and began eating it. His calmness and relaxed behavior surprised everyone. Since King Vega of Nyland was eating without any fear of poison, Aditya also started eating. He took a sip of the red wine and then ate the fried chicken. King Charles also relaxed and started eating. Only King Ethan didn't start eating. It's not that he did not want to eat. It's just that he wasn't in the mood of eating when he was in front of the Nyland King and the Eastern King. In the past, there was a time when the Nyland and Nepoka kingdoms almost went to war because of some disagreements. But later, Ethan's late father realized his mistake and apologized to the Nyland King, which prevented the war between the 2 kingdoms. Ethan, I have to say that I am disappointed. King Vega gulped down the wine and looked at Ethan, whose face looked very ugly. Your father, the late king of the Nepoka kingdom, was a wise man. Under his rule, the Nepoka kingdom reached its peak. The kingdom surpassed the Zulux dynasty in power and became the 2nd strongest kingdom in this part of the continent. Unfortunately, you were not capable enough. You could not hold on to your father's glory. Instead, under your ruler, the kingdom's condition has been worsening. The military power has drastically decreased. Corruption level has increased and the common people are suffering. Unable to hold his anger anymore, Ethan glared at old man Vega and shouted in loud voice. Who are you to lecture me? I know how I should rule my kingdom. I don't need others to teach me how to become a wise king. If Vega was in his younger days, then the very instant Ethan had said those words, his head would have fallen to the ground. However, Vega was the oldest here. He simply ignored the words of Ethan and continued to eat. After a while, Ethan calmed down and realized what he had just done. While everyone calmly ate, Ethan started sweating as he had insulted the Nyland King in front of other kingdom kings. Your Majesty, I apologize, I lost my calm there. Without caring about his image, Ethan stood up and bowed his head in apology. If he hesitated now and refused to apologize, his kingdom won't exist anymore. As offending the Nyland Kingdom was like inviting death itself. Apology accepted, but do remember that there will never be the next time. I may have become old, but I have the power to rip off your head. Ethan's entire body slightly trembled when he heard those threatening words. While this was happening, Aditya simply smiled and shook his head. He now understood why the Nepoka kingdom has been in decline. Now, King Aditya, state your conditions for releasing my duke. Aditya stopped eating. He calmly wiped his mouth with a napkin and then looked at Ethan. Just a simple look made Ethan nervous. Aditya was too calm in his meeting. Even though he was less than 20 years old, he was very calm and mature. I don't want too many things. What do you want? Gold, wealth, or artifact, or troops, or siege weapons? I heard that the Eastern Kingdom is lacking in siege weapons. Ethan said the last part in mockery. What would I do with gold? I have enough artifacts in my royal treasury. I don't need your trashy artifacts. As for troops, King Ethan, in case you forgot, out of 110,000 troops that you previously had, you already have lost 50,000. You barely have enough troops to guard your territory, yet you want to offer me troops as ransom. Aditya chuckled as he picked up the wine glass. King Charles was listening to their conversation while King Vega was listening while eating. He ate like a hungry beast who hasn't eaten for months. He looked simply too busy eating. I love this curry. Then what do you want? Don't play around. Ethan was becoming impatient. Simple, I want all of Duke Easton's territory. What? No, impossible. King Charles and King Vega looked at each other in surprise and in shock. Both kings weren't expecting the Dragon King's ambition to be this high. Duke Easton's territory was on the Eastern Kingdom's borders. If Aditya takes the Duke's territory, then he would have 1 out of 5 of the Nepoka Kingdom's total territory. Aditya, don't go too far. I am ready to give you any amount you ask for, but if you want Duke Easton's territory, then there is no point in continuing this meeting anymore. Aditya simply smiled as he looked at the little bit of wine remaining inside the glass. While everyone was shocked, Aditya was calmly playing his move. Without realizing, he was getting under the enemy king's skin. You killed 50,000 of our troops. Not even a single of your troops survived in that fight. If that wasn't enough, now you even dare ask for territory. Where is the justice in that? King Vega, I ask for justice. Hehe. Aditya smiled as he looked at Ethan. Seeing those red glowing eyes, Ethan had a bad feeling in his heart. King Vega stayed silent as he looked at Aditya. Before this whole war started, you increased the food price, making countless people of our kingdom suffer. When the war with the Zulux dynasty began, you cut off the food supplies. When he tried to build our port city to start trading, your kingdom threatened us with military power. When the war began, you even sent spies to my kingdom. Did you really think that I wouldn't know about it? When we asked for an alliance, you never answered my calls. When I and my kingdom was in one of the most important phases of this war, you decided to invade my territory with 50,000 troops. Aditya paused for a second and looked at King Vega and King Charles. From your point of view, I am the villain, and from my perspective, you're the bad guy here. This is simply just two sides of a coin. In war, there is no such thing as right and wrong. If your kingdom had succeeded in the invasion, then my kingdom would fall. So stop pretending to be the victim when you're the real attacker. At this point, Ethan's face had turned red from embarrassment and anger. He did not dare look at King Vega and King Charles. I can change my demands and ask for something else. If you can't give me Duke Easton's territory, I want the ownership of Eastern River City, Antsfield City, and Baymouth Piers City. Hearing the name of the three cities, King Vega and King Charles couldn't help but feel a little pity for Ethan. Meanwhile, Ethan's face simply turned pale as he heard the names of these three cities. No way. The Eastern River City, Antsfield City, and Baymouth Piers City, all three cities were important port cities that connected the Nepoka Kingdom to the sea. 80% of the kingdom's whole earnings came from these three cities. Giving up these three cities would be the same as killing the Nepoka Kingdom from the inside out. Unlike other kingdoms, the Nepoka Kingdom only had one gold mine. Most of the kingdom's earnings came from trading. The kingdom bought food and other necessary items from the merchant that came to their port cities and resold these items at a higher price. Your both options have been denied. I cannot give up Duke Easton's territory, nor I can give my Eastern River City, Antsfield City, and Baymouth Piers City. Ethan's mind was in chaos. Eastern River City, Antsfield City, and Baymouth Piers City were extremely important to his kingdom, even more important than Duke Easton's territory. That's not how things work, King Ethan. You either give me Duke Easton's territory or give me the three cities, or you can go back. Prepare your army and wait for the Eastern Kingdom to completely take over the whole kingdom. This is where the meeting got most serious. Aditya has managed to push King Ethan to the corner by demanding something this big. Among all the dukes in the Nepoka Kingdom, Duke Easton controlled the largest territory, with the Eastern Kingdom constantly expanding its territory to the Silver Meadow Grove, and after taking over the Zulux dynasty, the current Eastern Kingdom was almost big as the Kingdom of Nyland. On top of that, if they manage to get Duke Easton's territory, the Nepoka Kingdom simply won't stand a chance. Listening to Aditya's direct warning, Ethan's face turned pale. At most, it would take His Majesty 1 week. By then the whole Nepoka Kingdom would fall in our hands. We simply could have attacked back after defeating the force of 50,000, but we didn't. His Majesty was kind enough to call for this meeting, yet you're disrespecting his kindness. Watson's words added more pressure on King Ethan. Chapter 66. Listening to Aditya's direct warning, Ethan's face turned pale. At most, it would take His Majesty 1 week. By then the whole Nepoka Kingdom would fall in our hands. We simply could have attacked back after defeating the force of 50,000, but we didn't. His Majesty was kind enough to call for this meeting, yet you're disrespecting his kindness. Watson's words added more pressure on King Ethan. So what are you going to do now, King Ethan? Will you choose to give up a part of your territory, or will you choose to lose your entire territory with your life? Aditya drank the remaining wine inside the glass as he waited for Ethan to answer. Both Watson and Aditya knew that they have managed to push King Ethan to the corner. By limiting his options, he would have no choice but to agree with Aditya's conditions. Ethan gritted his teeth and glanced at King Vega for some help. His eyes were clearly pleading with King Vega to help him. However, the Nyland king ignored him as he continued to eat his food. Seeing this, Ethan instantly knew that the Nyland king had no intention of taking his side. The Nyland king looked more interested in forming an alliance with Aditya and the Eastern Kingdom. Damn you, Aditya. Fine. What did you say? I couldn't hear your words. I said fine. Ethan glared at Aditya as he replied in a high-pitched tone. I agree to hand over Duke Easton's territory to the Eastern Kingdom, but I will only do that if you agree to sign a non-aggression pact under the watch of Nyland King. Smart man. He is using the Nyland King to make sure that the Eastern Kingdom does not break their promise and attack the Nepoka Kingdom. If the Eastern Kingdom attacks the Nepoka Kingdom, then the Nyland King will have to step up and protect the Nepoka Kingdom. I guess he wasn't totally a dumb person. Aditya couldn't help but smile. If King Aditya is okay with it, then the Nyland Kingdom shall guard the non-aggression pact and watch over both kingdoms. With his pact, King Vega could gain certain control over the movements of both kingdoms, which will only benefit his kingdom in the future. But he also didn't wish to offend Aditya while doing that. He wished to befriend the Dragon King and make him a powerful ally. Fine, I agree, but the pact will have some conditions in it. What conditions? Ethan was starting to feel that Aditya was going to trap him again. Aditya raised his right hand and started stating the conditions of the pact. Under normal circumstances, the Eastern Kingdom shall not attack the Nepoka Kingdom. But if the Nepoka Kingdom or the king breaks one of the following promises, then the Eastern Kingdom also shall strike back. First of all, if the Nepoka Kingdom is found guilty of trying to launch a secret attack on the Eastern Kingdom. If the Nepoka Kingdom is found guilty of attacking the Eastern Kingdom's economy in secret. Third, the Nepoka Kingdom cannot order any military drill 10 km near my borders. And lastly, if the Nepoka Kingdom tries to attack the Kingdom of Thura, the Eastern Kingdom shall strike back. Hearing the last part, even both King Vega and King Charles were surprised. I can follow the first 3 conditions, but why I am not allowed to attack the Kingdom of Thura? The Kingdom of Thura is not yours, it's an independent kingdom. One reason. The Kingdom of Thura is our ally. Another reason that made Aditya add the last condition was the ambition of King Ethan. Knowing Ethan's personality, he won't just stand around and let the Eastern Kingdom continue to suppress his kingdom. If he can conquer this land, then he can attack the Eastern Kingdom from 2 sides, which Aditya didn't want to let happen. King Charles and King Vega were confused. Since when did the Eastern Kingdom become an ally of the Thura Kingdom? Both kings nodded at each other and decided to not question Aditya for now. The last condition was also giving protection to the small kingdom of Thura. In the future, the Nepoka kingdom will have to think twice before they attack his land. So King Charles was a little grateful to Aditya. Ethan also understood the hidden reason why Aditya added the last part. He secretly gritted his teeth as his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He wanted to rip Aditya's head right here, but considering how powerful the Dragon King was, he suppressed his anger for now. All right, I agree with all of your terms and conditions. Good. Then the royal legal team came and made the contract right in front of the kings. 3 contracts were made. Aditya, Ethan, and Vega signed all 3 contracts and kept each copy with them. Now that the meeting is over, I won't waste my time here. I apologize, but I have a lot of work to do. I have to shift the Duke's family from his former territory. While saying that, he once again glared at Aditya, to which he replied with a nodding smile. It was a pleasuring meeting the king of Nyland. Ethan then left the room with a look of anger. I wonder how he is going to react knowing that I have crippled his third order. Duke. Hearing Aditya's words, King Charles slightly shivered. The Dragon King was more cunning than he originally thought. He was ruthless and merciless to his enemies. King Aditya. As expected, everyone heard a loud roar from Ethan, seeing the state of his duke. One of the reasons why he agreed to this meeting was to get his third order duke back. But now that his duke has been crippled, there was no use for Duke Easton anymore. Unable to handle his anger anymore, in front of everyone, Ethan ripped off Easton's head and left. Now, gentlemen, shall we continue our meal? To others, this smile looked handsome and cool, but to King Charles, he felt like the devil was smiling at him. I should never offend this man. The storm dragon swore in his heart to never get on the Dragon King's bad side. He is so young, yet he is so experienced and cunning. His thoughts are way ahead of others. This whole time he was controlling Ethan's emotions through his words. He is terrifying. Unfortunately, none of my sons has any of King Aditya's abilities. Once I step down, the Nyland kingdom will also start declining. To keep the kingdom from falling, I need allies like him. The Nyland king was a man in his last final years. He didn't have much time left. He wanted to make sure the kingdom he and his forefathers built are not broken and conquered. Unfortunately, none of his sons were qualified to become king. Because of my negligence, they have become like King Ethan. This worries the Nyland king very much. Even though he had 3 sons, none of them were capable enough to take over the throne. Before I step down from the throne, I will have to befriend the Eastern kingdom. Knowing how fast Aditya conquered the Zulux dynasty, he feared that once Aditya got stronger, he would go after his kingdom. Even if Aditya didn't go after his kingdom, his foolish sons would surely try to attack the largest kingdom in this part of the continent and would end up being defeated in Aditya's hand. Vega wasn't foolish enough to believe that his fourth-order cultivator could take Aditya down. According to the reports, Aditya has never really shown his true powers. He has enough power to kill peak third-order general with ease. Aditya, I hope 3 of our kingdoms can become an ally and work together in the future. After some discussion, Aditya, Vega, and Charles agreed to form a triple alliance between their kingdoms. If any foreign power attacked one kingdom, it would be considered an attack on all 3 kingdoms. After the meeting ended, soon every kingdom in the eastern part of the continent learned of the contracts and new alliances. The sudden rise in the Eastern power was a huge shocking factor to everyone. Meanwhile, Aditya returned to Azure City. He sent Watson, Nathan, and Tyler with 5,000 troops to Governor Duke Easton's territory as part of the Eastern Kingdom. With Duke Easton's territory, the Eastern Kingdom has become the biggest kingdom in the eastern part of the continent. Naturally, this was followed by thousands of paperworks. Aditya had so much work in his hand that he literally started staying at his own office. Minutes turned into hours, hours turned into days, days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. Aditya was working on making new reforms, plans, improvements to the military, and trying to improve the public sector. At the same time, He was also keeping an eye on his kingdom's nobles and his neighboring kingdoms. Aditya also started recruitment of the army. His 7 generals also returned and started training the soldiers of their division. All the new recruits were divided into 7 divisions. Aditya also gave the Magians a special rank. They were known as the Shadows of the Dragon King. Like this, 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. Aditya was so busy this month that he sometimes even skipped meals or even stopped sleeping at night times. End of first volume. This month, but from next month, I will try to upload 2 chapters per day. I will also add more chapters to the privilege. Thank you for all the support. The second volume will focus on William's journey and his background story. Chapter 67. A special thank you to Zico 323, 0x0666, Immortal Crimson, Taoist QWQ3BH, and others for all the gifts. Julia, you look so beautiful today. Are you perhaps using makeup today? HMPH, I have never touched makeup in my life. This princess doesn't need any makeup. Oh really? What's with that look? Do you think I am lying to you? Like a fierce kitten, she glared at the Dragon King. She is the only person on the whole continent who can glare at the Dragon King and still get away with it. How can I believe in you? You could have used beauty pills to enhance your beauty. Instead of getting angry, she folded her arms on her chest and proudly smirked. You know, nothing. Beauty pills can only wash the body and remove the toxins and other waste products, making the skin glow and smooth. Once a person has consumed beauty pills, their appearance will remain the same for hundreds of years. I believe I can grow more, so I haven't consumed any beauty pills. But you used your pills to remove the toxins from your body. HMPH. You truly know nothing. Every noble and rich merchant's wife used beauty pills to enhance their beauty. This is a common thing in noble society. Really, but how come your skin does not look smooth at all? Julia touched her face and looked at Aditya with a questioning gaze. My skin feels smooth as ever. You can check if you want. Julia stretched out her right arm. Aditya wasn't going to let this opportunity go to waste. He secretly smiled as his evil plan worked. He innocently touched her right arm to feel her touch. Julia blushed when feeling the soft and gentle touch of his rouge hands. For a moment she wondered if Aditya was playing with her, but seeing his serious look, she discarded that thought. Aditya looked like he was appreciating a piece of art. There wasn't any hint of lust in his eyes. Without noticing, William closed the distance between them and sat right next to her. How is it? She asked in a soft and low tone. His soft touch was giving him shivers and making her heart beat faster. I can't answer. I need some time for proper inspection. How about letting me touch your? Aditya didn't need to say the rest as he stared directly into her eyes. Aditya brought his face closer to her. Both of their faces were only a few inches from each other. Julia closed his eyes and waited to feel his lips, but 1 minute passed and nothing happened. Annoyed, she opened her eyes and saw Aditya staring at her with a teasing smile. You dare to tease this princess? Like a wild kitten, jumped on Aditya and started punching his chest with her soft fists. Aditya's body was very strong. A normal punch can barely make him feel anything. Ha ha ha, okay, I am sorry. Aditya wrapped his arms around her soft and slim waist without Julia realizing it. Seeing that Aditya was still laughing and not affected by her punches, the little kitten couldn't stop herself from biting his neck. Ouch. Are you a dog? Why are you biting me? You're a dragon dog. She started biting his neck and his collarbone. Ouch, stop. No, I will bite you to death. How dare you tease this princess? She again bit his collarbone. Unknown to Julia, as she was biting him, she was unconsciously rubbing her body against him. Huff, huff. Seeing Aditya breathing heavily, Julia stopped biting him and worriedly looked at his face. What's wrong? Instead of answering, he wrapped both his hands around her waist and said with a fake threatening smile, let's bite each other to death. Ah, you hooligan. Julia then again bite him. This time she directly went for his right cheek. Ouch. What are you doing? Bang. Watson immediately opened the door while carrying a sword in his hand. Your Majesty, I heard. Screaming, are you? His words got stuck in his throat. He realized that he had come at the wrong time. Cough. Please enjoy yourselves. I was just checking if there are any clothes that need to be washed. Saying that, Watson hurriedly ran out of the room. Aditya and Julia stared at each other in silence. Julia now realized that, while trying to bite this hooligan, she has been lying on his chest this entire time, not to mention, his strong pair of arms were holding on that her slim waist. She could feel his heartbeat and temperature. How long are you going to grab my waist? Julia instantly changed back to her fierce kitten form. She angrily glared at Aditya. She was staring at him in a way as if she owed him millions of money. However, Aditya wasn't some beta male. In this situation, his skin was thicker than a whale shark. He hid his embarrassment and continued to hold her while looking at her face. Her face was only 20 cm away from his. Her round and big breast were pressed against his chest. He could feel the softness of her plump chest. Instead of replying, Aditya seriously looked at her and said in a deep tone, "I want our first kiss to be special. HMPH, who wants to kiss you?" Julia removed Aditya's arms from her waist and got up. She moved to the other side of the couch. Even though she said she did not want a kiss from him, she, in fact, was looking forward to it. "You really don't want a kiss from me?" Aditya shamelessly asked. He pretended like he never took advantage of the earlier situation. "No, this princess will only kiss her husband." "But I am your husband," Aditya innocently replied. "You're my husband only in name. This princess can leave you at any time." Sigh. Aditya shook his head, showing regret on his face. Seeing this, Julia smiled as if she had won. However, Aditya's next words caught her unexpectedly. "I guess I will have to do it with Amber." Aditya looked at the transparent glass window and continued. "Her soft fox ears and tails, I am beginning to miss them." "You?" Julia was trembling in anger. Amber was her best friend. She never was going to give her best friend to this hooligan. Ouch. "Are you really a dog?" "You're a dog." This time Julia sat on top of his thighs and started biting his handsome face. "Ouch. Stop, stop, stop ruining my face. If you do that, no woman would marry this king." However, Julia did not listen and continued biting Aditya throughout the whole journey. "I can't wait to hold His Majesty's child." In the other room, Watson grinned like an idiot as he imagined the day when he will get to hold Aditya's children and play with them. Scene change. "Your Majesty, you should come and take a look." Watson got out of the royal carriage before Aditya and Julia, as he knew, both needed some time to come. The High Tide City is the port city that Aditya and Watson had planned to build. The city is only 9 km away from Azure City. This whole month, Aditya has been heavily investing money and men to complete the construction of the port city as soon as possible. Aditya even made reserved soldiers work to make 3 meters wide roads from the High Tide Harbor City to the capital. The city was surrounded by water from 3 sides, so the city did not require any walls, or at least, for now, no walls were required to be made. Around 5,000 soldiers were stationed in the city to maintain public order. Even though the city was still undergoing construction, there were already more than 19,000 people living in the city. Aditya was also ordering a mansion to be built in this city so that he and Julia can stay in this city whenever they want. At first, it took a bit of convincing to make the fishermen settle down in the High Tide Harbor City. After Aditya promised them benefits like a free tax for 1 year, thousands of fishermen came to live in the city within 1 week. After the news spread throughout the kingdom, merchants and humans living in small villages near the capital decided to settle down in the city. The poor could not afford houses, so Aditya gave them a big discount. After the population problem was solved, by the 3rd week, thousands of new people were coming to the city. Right now the city was only 1/5 of the size of the capital. Aditya estimates that in a few months, this big will become even bigger than the capital. Wow, the wind here feels so good. Julia looked at the sea and the city. She felt this city was more beautiful and relaxing than the capital. It was the perfect place for a vacation. Once the city grows, this place will become even more beautiful and magnificent. "Your Majesty, what happened to your face?" Sigh. Don't even ask. A certain untamed dog decided to bite me for hours. Aditya's face, neck, collar, bone, and even his arms were full of bite marks. The soldiers who were standing behind wondered what kind of untamed dog could bite the king like this. Julia's face flushed red hearing Aditya's words. In the heat of the moment, she took things a little far. "Let's go." Aditya, Julia, and Watson re-entered the royal carriage as the soldiers went back to their formation. Aditya didn't want to bring thousands of soldiers with him, but Watson insisted. He said, "As the king, as you bring soldiers with you for your protection." 1,000 soldiers were riding horses, wearing silver full-body armor and a sword on their waist. These are the trained soldiers from Henry's 7th Division. Thank you for all the golden tickets. I really appreciate it. Chapter 68. Watson, how is this month's total revenue? I don't know the exact amount since we invested all the money in our treasury in various fields, but if I had to give you an estimated amount, then I would say about 500,000 royal coins. Sigh. So I only have 10,000 royal golds in my treasury which were left for an emergency. Aditya felt like crying. Why did you use all of your money? Julia asked while applying a special cream on his face which would heal the biting marks on his cheeks. Princess, we just had expanded our territory. There were many times that needed to be improved. Also, King Sebastian hardly left any money to his governors, so I had to give some nobles money to start their plans to develop their cities. Of course, this would also mean that by investing, aside from tax, I would receive half of the profit. Why didn't you just sell the pills I made? I plan to use your pills on the army. This month, King Ethan has contacted some of the neighboring kingdoms in secret. I am sure he is trying to plot something against me. So you're preparing for another war? Yes and also no. If King Ethan violates any of the conditions written on the non-aggression pact, I will strike back and snatch his pathetic kingdom from him. Even if he doesn't invade our kingdom, I will still need a strong army to protect this kingdom. Using your pills, the cultivation speed of the soldiers will be increased, and some may be able to reach second order. But what if those soldiers decided to betray you, or do not want to work for you after reaching second order? For that reason, I only choose the 700 slaves that we bought about a month and a half ago. As for others, if they want your mana-gathering pills, they will have to form a contract with him. The contract forbids the soldier from leaving the army until the soldier has provided the kingdom with 15 years of service. The contract also makes sure that they will never betray me. You're really using your rune knowledge to the max. Haha, this is necessary to maintain this kingdom. I don't want anyone to backstab me. If the foundation of the kingdom is solid, then it can withstand any storm. Yeah, let's not talk about work. I don't understand politics. By the way, do you remember your promise? How can I forget my promise to my dear lovely wife? Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, we shall set out for our trip. Good, Julia nodded with a satisfied look. She did not deny it when Aditya called her his wife. Your Majesty, do you want me to come with you? Unfortunately, no. Currently, you're my unofficial Prime Minister, but as the kingdom grows soon, or later, I will have to find a suitable person who can hold the position of Prime Minister. And so far, we are yet to find a person with that kind of qualities. No problem. I shall remain here and keep everything in running in His Majesty's place. Thank you, Watson. It was because of Watson's help that Aditya was able to finish his paperwork so quickly. Move out of the way. His Majesty is here. The people moved out of the way as the royal carriage entered the high-tide harbor city. By the way, Julia, you asked me to have a meeting with the Seeker of Impurity Guild leader. I still haven't met her. With all the paperwork in my hand, I kind of forgot about her. No problem. You can just meet her here. The guild leader is here. Yes, she told me that she came here to overcome the construction of their branch office. Finally, we hear. Aditya helped Julia get out of the carriage. They stood in front of the unfinished castle. Only 1/4 of the whole castle was constructed. Your Majesty, I suggest that you two stay at the inn for the time being. This place is not suitable for the king to live in. Sigh. All right, Aditya would have no problem staying in this mansion, but Julia will not be comfortable staying here. As her husband, he has to think about his wife's comfort before anything. I and the soldiers will just camp around the castle and stay here for the night. Why don't the two of you go and walk around the city? Watson was giving Aditya and Julia some time alone by not going with them. Seeing Aditya still hesitating, Julia took his right arm and said, "Don't worry so much. In this place, no one can recognize you or me. This is the perfect chance to enjoy and relax. All right." Before leaving, Aditya gave Watson a crimson-red orb that had some kind of runes drawn over it. "What is this?" Julia curiously asked. "If there is any emergency situation, just crush this crimson orb using mana. Crushing this crimson orb will send me a message. The range of this thing is limited to only 15 km. I will have to do some research before I can extend the range. I think 15 km is also a lot. I will keep this orb with me all the time. Have fun, Your Majesty." Watson then left them alone. Aditya looked at Julia, who was still holding his right hand without realizing it. "Princess, if you wanted to hold my hand, you could have just told me about it. HMPH, I don't want to hold your hand. I just did it impulsively." Saying that, she began walking in a random direction. Aditya looked at her back with a smile that was full of affection. "The more time I spend with this fierce kitten, the more I came to like her as my wife. Even if her parents oppose our relationship, I won't leave her." "Hey, are you coming?" Julia turned around and asked with a blush. "Coming. But the way do you have money with you?" Julia blushed while asking for money. When she was living with her parents, she never lacked pocket money, but after coming here, the money she received was limited to 1 gold, which was her salary. "I have enough money to buy you half of this city." Aditya felt a little embarrassed. In this past month, he was so busy that he forgot about giving his wife pocket money. HMPH, you and your shamelessness mouth know no bound. Julia rolled her eyes and continued to walk toward a jewelry shop. Aditya caught up to her and began walking with her. It was evening time. The streets were crowded. The fishermen were returning after a full day of fishing. Everyone was preparing to go back to their houses. Children were running here and there and playing on the street. Just like Aditya and Julia, there were many rich merchants who came to this city with their families. The merchants came here to see if they could find good money-making spots. While doing that, they bought their families to tour around the city. "Do you want to buy jewelry?" Aditya has never seen Julia wear any jewelry before. He was sure that his wife had no interest in jewelry. "Since we're going to visit our parents, I thought I would buy some local jewelry for my mother," Julia said as she entered the jewelry shop and was followed by Aditya. "My mother has a huge collection of jewelry. She loves to collect jewelry from different regions and kingdoms." She then turned to look at Aditya. If she ever her whole jewelry collection, then she would have enough money to buy the whole Thura kingdom. "Wow, to think my mother-in-law's jewelry collection was this big. I can't even begin to imagine how rich Julia's family is. Are you shocked?" Heh. Julia's charming smile inevitably attracted the attention of the males in the shop. "A little, but one day I will become the richest emperor in the whole world." Julia smiled and said nothing. She was the type of woman who was not fascinated by money or wealth. She believed that Aditya could keep his words and become the richest emperor in the whole world. 45 days ago, Aditya didn't even have the money to pay salaries to his 100 soldiers. But now the situation has changed to the point where the Eastern Kingdom currently has nearly 110,000 troops, and the number is still growing. "Who is this girl? She is so beautiful. I think she is new to this city." Hearing the whispers of males around Aditya, the Dragon King became very jealous. The king went to hold his wife's hand, and then glared at the men who previously were looking at her. Julia's face blushed a little seeing Aditya publicly holding her hand. She didn't say anything. She continued to look through different jewelry while holding his hand. "Good evening, ma'am. How can I help you today? Can you please pack this jewelry?" The shopkeeper was a little surprised. Most of his customers bought silver or copper-made jewelry, but these beautiful customers wanted to buy a whole set of jewelry. "Ma'am, I mean no offense, but all these jewelry are gold. It will cost up to 100 gold coins. Do not worry about money. Just pack everything, brother. The shop was a young man who looked a few years older than Aditya. Under everyone's shocked gaze, without waved his hand, and 110 gold coins appeared before the shopkeeper. Keep the extra as a tip. Thank you, big brother. The shopkeeper bowed with a sincere smile. No worries. Can you tell me a little about the condition of this city? I am planning on moving to this city with my wife here. Julia secretly pinched his waist to remind him that she was not his wife, but Aditya endured the pain and kept his face straight. Big brother, I am sure how I should put this, but the whole city is growing. So far a few bandit groups have tried to attack the city. Luckily, our king had sent 5,000 troops to guard the city. This city is peaceful. The food prices are not as high as in other cities. We can get cheap fish from the fishermen. Not only that, but our king also has built a public school here. I think this city is the perfect place if you want to live here. Aditya nodded his satisfaction. He wanted to see how the people viewed him, and also know if they were satisfied with the current development of the city. As for schools, Aditya had made it compulsory for kids to go to public schools where they will be taught to write, read, and basic mathematics. Come again, big brother. Next time I will give you a big discount. Aditya and Julia walked out of the jewelry shop. What do my father-in-law likes? Since they had bought something for Julia's mother, Aditya wanted to buy something for his father-in-law as well. Even I am not sure about that. My father does only two things. He either works or spends time with my mother. For now, let's buy some local street foods. Like an excited child, Julia pulled Aditya around. After touring the city for 3 hours, finally both of them came to meet the guild leader of Seeker of Impurity. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? No, I will just wait in my room. When you're done, call me for dinner. Aditya and Julia booked 2 rooms in the same inn in which the guild leader was staying. All right. After Julia left, a maid with neck-length hair came to Aditya. Please come with me. Milady is waiting. Can we get some power stones and golden tickets? I am planning on mass releasing on this Monday chapter 69. You can come inside. Click. After opening the door, Aditya walked inside the room. Entering the room, he found the guild leader sitting on the couch with her face covered with a veil. 2 cups of tea and some snacks were already served on the table that was in front of the couches. It's been a while. First of all, allow me to apologize for making you wait an entire month. Aditya was supposed to have a meeting with the guild leader of Seeker of Impurity right after the war ended, but he was so busy with the administration work that he completely forgot about the meeting. If Julia had not reminded Aditya about the meeting, he probably would have forgotten about it. Aditya bent his body and properly bowed his head in apology. Apologizing to someone won't damage his reputation. No matter how powerful Aditya becomes, he always is ready to apologize if it's his mistake. Unknown to Aditya, the guild leader couldn't help but slightly smile seeing the Dragon King, who is widely feared in the eastern part of the continent, bowing his head to her. She had seen men who completely changed when they gained power and wealth. But Aditya surprisingly was still humble and respectful to her, just like the first time they met in his mansion. Dragon King, you may raise your head. The guild leader's tone was authoritative. Please sit down. Aditya nodded and sat on the couches while facing the guild leader. Before we start, allow me to once again express my deep and most sincere gratitude for giving me the heart of 6th Order Lightning Forest deer. I don't know how to explain it, but it helped me a lot. That's fine. Given how intelligent and smart His Majesty is, the Dragon King should know that I also want something in return for the heart of 6th Order Lightning Forest deer. Aditya knew that a businesswoman like her wouldn't simply hand out the heart of 6th Order Lightning Forest deer to a poor king like him, when she can literally sell this heart for billions of royal gold coins. He was not a fool to assume that the guild leader was just being kind and caring. Seeing Aditya nod, she was satisfied. Your Majesty, I am sure you will love this tea. Aditya picked up the teacup and took a sip. How is it? It's really good. Aditya felt a cool and refreshing feeling spreading throughout his body. This tea is imported from the main continent. Drinking this tea can increase the cultivation speed of second and third order cultivators by 50%. Not only that, drinking this tea regularly can permanently increase the cultivation speed of a person by 5 to 10%. Aditya quietly listened as he took a second sip. Just 1 gram of this tea cost about 1,000 royal gold coins. She was expecting Aditya to show some kind of surprised reaction, but he was calmly drinking tea without showing any changes. Aditya took the third sip and then put the teacup on the table and looked at the guild leader. Guild leader, why don't we stop hesitating and just directly tell each other what we want? However, the guild leader still continued to drink tea under the veil. Just like Aditya, she looked totally calm and relaxed. First of all, why don't we remove all the formalities? My name is Alicia. Your Majesty can call me Alicia or Miss Alicia. All right, then you can call me Aditya. Miss Alicia, now can you please tell me what exactly you want from me? Aditya felt that calling her Miss Alicia would be the best choice. He was not close enough to call the guild leader directly by her name. Sir Aditya, why are you so impatient? Just relax and enjoy the tea. Saying that, Alicia took another sip. I thought Miss Alicia does not like to beat around the bush and like to be straightforward. Since Mr. Aditya is so impatient, then I won't beat around the bush any longer. But before I answer, can I ask why the Dragon King looks so impatient? Both Aditya and Alicia knew that both of them were playing mind games here. Alicia was trying to pressure Aditya by telling him about the tea that she gave him. She was trying to make him realize the difference between them by telling him about the cost of this tea. When he heard her talking about the tea, he knew that this woman was aiming for something. Miss Alicia, I don't like to owe people, especially not strangers. Please don't misunderstand. I can't express how grateful I am for giving me that heart of 6th order lightning forest deer. Now that I am done with wars, I wish to settle the debt as long as possible. Repaying the debt would free Aditya's burdened heart. Alicia noticed that Aditya had long stopped drinking the tea. She also understood that Aditya has seen through her. I will be honest, these days men like Mr. Aditya are very rare. Mr. Aditya has no idea how many men I have seen who became an addict. Aditya's right eye twitched a little. He felt Alicia was purposely targeting his past. I can feel Mr. Aditya's sincerity. I promise I won't ask for money or wealth or anything valuable. I already have countless money. Aditya understood that Alicia was using this chance to flex her wealth and indirectly was telling him that she was not interested in his money. Before I state what I want from Mr. Aditya, I will have to reintroduce myself. Under Aditya's confused stare, Alicia put the teacup on the table and stood up gracefully. Aditya's crimson pupils contracted as the guild leader slowly removed the veil that was covering her face. In the past, Aditya simply assumed that the guild leader's face was ugly, and that's why she wore a veil over her face, but he just realized how wrong he was. Alicia kept her eyes on Aditya as she slowly pulled down the veil from her face, revealing the hidden, rarest gem of the earth. Her face was so beautiful that for a moment Aditya forgot to breathe. His heart nearly stopped. Now that she had finally decided to remove the veil covering her face, he was able to look at her face. She had emerald gems that seems to draw others towards her. Her long black hair was tied by a black-red ribbon with bangs/hair strands hanging on either side, thin eyebrows, and a slim and flexible body that was 6 meters tall. She was wearing a black kimono that covered her sinful body. She couldn't hide her huge breasts, leaving a small cleavage that made her even more seductive. The kimono was sticking to her body like glue, highlighting all of her curves. Even though her face looked so beautiful and pure, her sinful body said something else. I am one of your 7 fiancés. My full name is Alicia Osborne. I believe this is the first time we are officially meeting. She put her hands together and slightly bowed her head. Meanwhile, Aditya was beyond shocked. The gentle melodic words were like lightning strikes, breaking down his mind. For a moment, Aditya's mind stopped processing. The shock was just too big for him. Mr. Aditya. Hearing his second wife calling his name, Aditya snapped out of his daze and looked at Alicia, the woman who was also known as the goddess of wealth. You're really my fiancé. Aditya was still having trouble believing in this whole situation. What do you think, Mr. Aditya? Alicia politely smiled and gave him some time to calm down first. Aditya kept staring at Alicia for 10 seconds before going to pick up the teacup. Sip. Aditya took a long sip. While he was drinking tea, he was trying his best to calm his mind and heart. Cough. After putting the teacup on the table again, he glanced at his wife in contract, the very woman who was also known as the goddess of wealth, the very woman who was also considered the most beautiful girl in the continent of Westnia. I apologize, I was just too surprised. Mr. Aditya, you're my fiancé because of that damned contract. Alicia showed an angry look when talking about the contract. Alicia proudly looked at Aditya. Let me warn you from the beginning, I do not consider you as my husband. This entire contract thing is simply a political move. I will never recognize you as my husband. What I am going to ask you will be as the guild leader of the Seeker of Impurity, not as your fiancé. All right, how can I pay my debt to Miss Alicia? Aditya was more than happy with Julia on his side. This was the second time Alicia was meeting him. There was no love in this marriage. Before this meeting, he also had 0 impressions of his other 6 fiancés. The only thing that was keeping the girls caged was the stupid contract. So if one day Aditya gets the chance, he will break off this contract. Alicia was relieved to know that Aditya was still addressing her the same way as before. If he had called addressed by her name, this would mean that Aditya was using his rights as the fiancé and was okay with his marriage. Nothing much. In 3 months' time I want Mr. Aditya to come and meet my parents. Every vote and golden tickets are greatly appreciated. Chapter 70. Nothing much. In 3 months' time I want Mr. Aditya to come and meet my parents. PTTT. Cough. Cough. Aditya wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked at Alicia. WH. What did you say? Aditya was so shocked that he forgot to address her formally. I said I need Mr. Aditya needs to come with me to meet my parent. Aditya took a deep breath and calmed down. Can I know the reason? After all, Miss Alicia, even if we pretend that we are not married by a contract, meeting your parents seems a little out of the place. Hearing Aditya's words, it was then the proud woman finally showed a small blush on her face, making her look even cuter than before. Alicia looked down and picked up the teacup to calm herself. After taking a sip, she felt calmer. The thing is, my family is a traditional family. My parents, uncles, and aunts got married before they turned 20, or at least had been engaged to someone. Soon I will turn 20. My family is pressuring me to get married or at least find a man and get engaged to him. Ever since Alicia was a small child, she was only allowed to wear kimono, which was a part of their family's tradition. Another tradition or rule of her family was that women cannot show their face to anyone other than their husband. Honestly, Alicia had no problem wearing a kimono or covering her face with a veil. She was used to it and felt comfortable doing it. The only problem she had was with the marriage thing. Alicia's parents totally supported her love life, but she has never found a man who could conquer her heart. Now that she was reaching the age of 20 soon, her parents were ordering her to return home and go on blind dates to find a correct partner. Alicia then suddenly glared at Aditya and spoke with hidden anger in her tone. Honestly, if a certain someone had not become an alcohol addict, then maybe things could have been different for me. When I and my family learned that you were expelled from your royal family, my parents were totally shocked. My angry father went to confront your father and ask him about the marriage, but your father refused to see my father and said that he had gone into seclusion. We asked our mother about the marriage contract. She said Aditya was no longer a part of the royal family. Anything related to him had nothing to do with them. Hearing that his mother was being mentioned, something triggered inside Aditya. He suddenly felt nostalgic and a little sad. He can remember the happy days he spent with his mother before. Everything changed. Unfortunately, their too much love had spoiled the previous Aditya rotten. I wonder how they are doing. Alicia took a second to observe the Dragon King's facial expression. She could see a nostalgic look and a trace of sadness which was quickly erased. I understand your reasoning, but why me out of all the people? I mean, I am your fiancé in the name after all, or unless are you planning to reveal my true identity to your parents? If Alicia wanted, she could have convinced someone who is more handsome and powerful than Aditya for this role. I was looking for a suitable person, but I just don't feel comfortable letting another man get near me. Alicia has been shielded from her childhood. She very rarely played with boys. Not only that, while being busy creating her business empire, she never got the time to look for someone special. After she became the richest woman in her continent, hundreds of thousands of men wanted to marry her even though she have never seen her face. Kings, emperors, and princes all wanted to have a chance with her. They were not attracted to her beauty, they were attracted to her money. This only made her more cautious toward men and women. Now Alicia can't bring herself to trust a person easily. She is worried that her fake boyfriend would try to use this situation to use her. So you're saying that you're comfortable with me? I am not saying that I am comfortable with you. Rather than letting some random male get near me, I would rather let you act as my fake boyfriend and meet my parents. You will be going there as Aditya, the Dragon King of Eastern Kingdom. Can I say no? Aditya felt going to meet her parents would only bring him more trouble. Do you think after seeing my face you can just back out? Alicia asked in a threatening tone. Sigh. Fine. Let's say that even if we manage to fool your parents, then what's next? How long I will have to keep pretending? Not too long. All of my family members live on the other continent. They will never come back. If you're worried that your private life will be disturbed by this, then you can rest assured as my family members will never come here. By now, both Aditya and Alicia stopped formally calling each other. When they talked to both Aditya's parents, they both subconsciously felt that there is no reason to formally address each other. I just need some time. One of the reasons I came to this continent was to expand my guild. My ambition hasn't been achieved yet. In a few years, given how fast we're currently expanding the Seeker of Impurity, in a few years, the whole continent will only have one guild. Alicia, ever since she was a child, liked playing with money. She didn't care about the money itself. To her, the process of making money was like playing a game. She came to this continent in hope of a new challenge. The thrill of overcoming each challenge and making profits made her very excited. Sigh. All right, but you will have to wait. Tomorrow I will head out to meet Julia's parents. This was just a one-time thing. Going to another continent sounds very fun and exciting. Good luck on seeing your father-in-law because you will need it. From what I have heard, he is a strict and serious man. Trust me, you don't want to mess with him. Aditya rolled his eyes as if he wasn't nervous enough. This woman was trying to even him even more nervous. All right, this concludes our little meeting. I hope you will keep your promise, Mr. Aditya. Alicia had a small smile on her face. The purpose of this meeting has been achieved. Of course, I always keep my words. Aditya stood up with the intention of leaving. Then I shall take me. Wait. He turned around and looked at her. I heard that you have heavenly crimson dragon bloodline. So Julia told her about my bloodline. Don't worry, I have a tight mouth. No one will ever know about your bloodline. Aditya nodded, feeling relieved. Do you know that you can use your heavenly dragon blood to turn humans into dragonians? Feeling confused by Alicia's words, Aditya couldn't help but ask, what are dragonians? When a heavenly dragon gives a drop of its essence to humans, they transform into dragonians. Dragonians are powerful and superior to humans in every single way. The concept of dragonians slowly fades away as heavenly dragons disappeared with time. Once you have turned a human into dragonians, they will never betray you. Not only that, dragonians, cultivation speed, healing speed, mana recovery speed, and cultivation powers all are superior compared to humans. But the downside is that other than humans, no other race can become dragonians. How do you know so much about dragonians? I have a hobby of reading books on various myths and legends. I have found pieces of evidence that Dragonians once existed. Maybe as the heavenly dragon, you can also do the same. For once I have never tried giving my essence to another person. If her words are true, maybe I can try it on Watson. Watson is the second closest person after Julia. He trusts the old man with his life. Making him the first Dragonian would be the best choice. Aditya stood there and thought for an entire minute, while Alicia tried to read his thoughts. She also wants to see if he will succeed. Is there anything else you know about Heavenly Dragon? I know a thing or two, like Nature Flame, which is a green type of flame that can be used to heal people. Only Heavenly Flame dragons can possess nature's flame. I will give you some books on Heavenly Dragons. It cost me a fortune to get these books. There were 3 torn old books. After placing the books into his storage ring, Aditya once again thanked Alicia. No need to thank me. I am doing this as I am going to use you as a shield later. All right, I will take my leave then. Alicia watched as Aditya walked out of the room. After the door was closed, Alicia lay down on the couch. I can't believe that idiot woman actually fell for him, and now she is even taking him to see her parents. Scene change. Knock, knock. Coming. Click. Julia opened the door and coldly looked into his eyes. Did you like your second wife? HMPH. Saying that the alchemy goddess simply walked past Aditya. Yes, I really liked her. Especially those green emerald eyes that seemed to shine even in the darkness. The kitten turned around and fiercely glared at him as if someone had stepped on its tail. But Aditya simply ignored her and continued. Her face is cute, but her body was. Aditya stopped, feeling he was about to cross the borderline. Gulp. You were saying something. Julia held a sword in her hand as she coldly looked at Aditya. Cough. I can't wait to meet my father-in-law. I am hungry. Let's eat. After some teasing, both finally had dinner together and went back to their own rooms. While Julia went to sleep, Aditya couldn't stop thinking about Dragonians. Chapter 71. So what did Alicia talk about with you? She told me that in return for giving me the heart of Peak 6 Thorder Lightning Forest Deer, she wanted me to prevent as her boyfriend and go to meet her parents. Aditya did not hide the truth from Julia. After all, no matter how beautiful or how wealthy Alicia was, Julia always was his first priority. Knowing that hiding the truth from her would only create unnecessary drama, it was better to tell her the truth from the beginning. Aditya does not want to lose Julia. He had to protect what he had found at any cost. He wanted to be completely honest with her. As expected, the alchemy goddess frowned hearing the Dragon King's words. She coldly looked at Aditya for a minute before asking, why does she want you to come to see her parents? After meeting Alicia several times, it was clear that the goddess of wealth did not have any thoughts of Aditya. She did not even consider Aditya as her fiancé. The thing is, without hiding anything, Aditya fully explained everything to her. Contrary to what Aditya expected, Julia did not lose her calm or anything. She continued to eat, calmly, making the Dragon King confused. Julia, are you mad? HMPH. I am not mad. Julia snorted and sighed secretly, given how gloriously Aditya was shining. It won't be long before some other vixen comes to seduce him and try to become his wife. In this world, it was normal for king, dukes, and nobles to have multiple wives and concubines. Julia was prepared to share Aditya. Even if she tried, due to the contract, she won't able to stop him from having multiple wives. Even though she hates to admit it, sooner or later, her man was going to become the strongest king on the whole continent, given how fast he was progressing. When that happens, Julia can never keep Aditya from having multiple wives. Listen, Aditya, I will say this once. This was the first time he had seen Julia this serious. Yes, you have 7 wives due to the marriage contract. Aside from 7 wives, I will not allow you to have any relationship with other women. Seeing her serious face, Aditya unexpectedly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Why are you laughing? Ha ha, silly. Do you really think I would have 7 wives? Aditya's words only further made her confused. I am more than satisfied with what I have found. I admit that I currently have 7 wives in my name due to the contract, but as long as I manage to reach a certain height in the future, I am confident that I can break the contract. I will never force those girls to marry me. If you're thinking that I am going to marry another kingdom's princess, or take the princess as my concubine to have more political connections with other kingdoms, then you're wrong. I would never do that. I only have eyes for my woman. Saying those words, the alchemy goddess blushed. She lowered her head to hide the smile that blossomed on her face. Aditya could see her ears and even her neck was getting red. After about 5 minutes of silence, Julia finally calmed down and raised her head to look at Aditya. By the way, now that we're talking about our future, I think we should discuss how many children we're going to have in the future. Shameless, you're truly a pervert. Julia continued eating her steak. Aditya innocently looked at Julia. What's wrong with discussing my future with my wife? HMPH, I never agreed to become your wife. Sigh, next day. Your Majesty, why do you have new bit marks on your face? Watson noticed the soldiers were trying their best to suppress their laughter seeing their king like that. Sigh. A certain dog barged into my room last time and kept biting me. I tried to fight back, but the dog was simply too strong for me. Watson glanced at Julia, who was behind Aditya. Seeing her butler's gaze, she blushed and snorted. Watson, come with me. Aditya brought Watson and Julia inside the royal carriage. Majesty, do you have any orders for me? Today we're going to head out. I don't know for how many days I will be gone. Do not let anyone know about my absence. If they ask where I am, just say that I have gone behind closed doors to cultivate. There is a slim chance that the neighboring kingdoms might try to attack once they learn Aditya has left the kingdom. Understood, Majesty. I already have ordered Scott, Amber, and others to listen to your orders. While I am gone, you will be in charge. Please take care of everything. If things start getting out of your hand, then send me a message. I will return as soon as possible. His 7 generals and Watson were his most trusted people. Recently, Scott, Tyler, Nathan, and Henry all had broken through second order with the pills, while others were close to reaching second order. With the pills made by Julia, in a few months, they should reach mid or peak second order. Your Highness, what should I do about King Ethan and the Nepoka kingdom? For now, we will remain quiet. If he does anything suspicious, let me know about it immediately. Understood. Watson, I have something for you. Aditya bit his index finger and then put a drop of his blood on Watson's forehead. Your Majesty, what is this? Instead of being red, the color of the blood was golden, which surprised both Watson and Julia. The golden drop of blood on his forehead shined brightly. Do not resist it, just accept it. Watson stopped resisting, causing the golden blood to be absorbed. A crimson-red light enveloped Watson. Under Julia and Aditya's shocked gaze, Watson's cultivation started rising from mid-second order to peak second order, and then all the way to beginner third order. Boom! The strong aura of beginner third order was released. The aura was so strong that Julia almost fell to her knees if Aditya had not protected her. The aura of the third order caused all the soldiers who were waiting outside to fall to their knees. The soldiers felt suffocated. Their chest felt heavy and they were having trouble breathing. Watson, calm down. Aditya's words worked like a charm. The crimson aura around him disappeared. My king, this servant apologizes for his rudeness. Watson quickly got on one knee and kneeled before Aditya while lowering his head. Aditya and Julia both felt the voice of Watson has slightly changed. It was not just his voice. Watson now looked 15 years younger. Before he looked like an old grandpa, but now even though his hair still remained white, he looked like he was only 50 years old. The wrinkles on his skin had disappeared. Only a few wrinkles on his face remained. If someone looked carefully, they would be able to see the small light red dragon scales growing on Watson's arms and around his neck, collarbone, and throat. I can sense the aura of a dragon coming from Watson. What exactly did you do? Watson also looked at Aditya for an answer. How much do we exactly know about the heavenly dragon bloodline? Julia and Watson shared a look of confusion. As the heavenly dragon, I have the power to turn humans into Dragonians. Watson, you're no longer a human, but rather a Dragonian of heavenly crimson dragon. Tell me the changes you feel in your body. I can feel that my powers have been multiplied by 100 times. My cultivation has reached beginner. Third order, which kind of feels unreal as my cultivation talent, is not that high, and even after 100 years of cultivating, I still was stuck a mid-phase of second order. Exactly. You currently have more strength, agility, stamina, health, and mana than an average beginner third order. Becoming a Dragonian also has increased your cultivation speed, healing speed, and recovery speed by a huge margin. Hearing Aditya's words, both Julia and Watson were left shocked. The fact Watson managed to jump from mid-phase of second order directly to beginner third order shocked them the most. Your Majesty, in that case, can you also turn our soldiers into Dragonians? Just imagine how powerful the Isteran kingdom would become once all of their troops turn into Dragonians. That's now how things work. I had to give you a drop of essence. Currently, the amount of essence that my body can produce is limited to only 25. Aditya took out a golden bottle that was filled with golden blood. Take this. Give 1 drop of my golden blood to Nathan, Alina, Tyler, and Henry. As they are human, they will be able to become Dragonians. As for the other 20 golden drops, select the most loyal human soldiers in the army and let them become Dragonians. Watson seriously nodded his head while putting the glass bottle in his storage ring. Give special privileges to all the Dragonian soldiers. Those 20 Dragonians will stay at the castle and train using the pills that Julia made. The Dragonians will be the secret weapon of the Isteran king. Remember, Watson, other than my 7 generals and the future Dragonians, no one should know about this. Even if I am killed, I will never reveal this secret to anybody. I will also make sure that the future 20 Dragonians also keep their mouths shut. Whoever has become a Dragonian won't be able to betray Aditya. The thought of going against him will never cross their minds. This is why Aditya wanted to secretly cultivate this special force. All right, we shall take our leave now. Julia and Aditya put 2 pills in their mouth. Under Watson's surprised gaze, both of their hair colors started changing to white and blue. Since we're going to leave the kingdom inns, disguise, there is no need to bring any soldier with us. I will leave everything in your hand. My king, I swear I won't disappoint you. 2 pairs of red wings appeared on his face. Ready, princess? Julia shyly nodded her head. The next moment, Aditya and Julia disappeared from the carriage. If one looks at the sky, then one would see a man with wings carrying a woman in his arms and going above the clouds. Chapter 72. Bad Wolf, are you not tired? Princess, even if I am tired, this is no place to stop. Just a little more and we should reach the nearest city. You know, if you're concerned about me, you can always feed 1 or 2 mana recovery pills. And also maybe give me a kiss, which would erase all of my exhaustion. Pervert, I am not doing any of that. I don't care if you drop dead. Aditya smiled and continued flying above the clouds. After leaving Watson early in the morning, Aditya with Julia in his arms flew off above the sky. In this part of the continent, only the Nyland kingdom had a teleportation array, meaning that both Aditya and Julia had to travel all the way to the Nyland kingdom to get access to the teleportation array. Normally, traveling to the kingdom of Nyland would at least take 6 to 7 days. Instead of slowly, the Dragon King just decided to carry his woman in his arms and the sky above the clouds so that no one would be able to see them under the light of the moon. As the cold breeze brushed off against both of their skins, Aditya continued carrying Julia at a steady pace. His face right now looked pale, as if his face has been drained of blood. He has been carrying the princess for more than 11 hours, though both of them stopped for 15 minutes to have lunch. Even with the monstrous amount of mana Aditya had, flying for 11 hours while carrying a person put a great strain on his body. Right now his mana was nearly exhausted. His dragon wings were starting to feel slightly heavy. Whenever he flapped his wings, he felt a slight pain in his backbone. He long would have run out of mana if he had not eaten mana recovery pills. Aditya moved his left hand to tightly hold Julia's waist while he took out a mana recovery pill from his storage ring. Don't eat any more mana recovery pills. Julia stopped him with a serious look on her face. Why? If Aditya stopped, then their speed would greatly slow down. Do you even remember how many pills you have consumed this entire day? Aditya didn't know what to answer. Rather than saving his mana, he continuously used his mana to use his skills to increase his flight speed. Whenever he was near exhausting his mana, he would take a mana recovery pill that would recover his mana in 15 minutes. The artifact of the Wind Fairy gave him the ability to increase his flight speed, but that wasn't enough. Aditya used his dragon wings, then used the power of the bracelet of Wind Fairy to slightly 100 plus 450 plus. I don't remember how many pills I have consumed so far, but why are you stopping me? Aditya in a tried tone which he tried to hide. Idiot, if you take too many mana recovery pills or any kind of pills, taking too many of them at once is not good for your health. You can end up developing black plague cancer, a special type of parasite that will start you from the inside. Aditya forced a smile and looked at Julia. Hearing her words, he was feeling a little scared. Are you joking? Do I look like I am joking? Julia took a deep breath to calm herself. When she was with Aditya, this bad villain would always find ways to irritate her and make her show her temper. The pills we alchemists or pill masters make are not perfect. At the end of the day, they are just artificial products that cannot be compared with natural products. Taking too many pills has many side effects, such as developing cancer like the Black Plague, dangerous diseases like the flashing cold, skeleton madness, hex, fatigue, transmutation cramps, aura madness, and many more can. I always thought that cultivators cannot get any diseases. The term cultivation always has been associated with immortality. Of course not. As you keep progressing through higher orders, your body, your soul, and everything about you keep getting stronger and stronger. But that does not mean that you're immune to diseases. Look, the diseases that I am talking about are not normal diseases. We, cultivators, will never be affected by normal diseases. But there are hundreds of diseases which are developed naturally or either were made by some mad evil people that can only infect cultivators. Taking more than 5 mana recovery pills every day puts you at the risk of developing Black Plague. And today you have consumed more than 24 mana recovery pills. Even if you have the blood of the heavenly crimson dragon, the Black Plague won't spare you. So from next time, don't take more than 5 pills unless you're in a life and death situation. All right, I promise. Your husband will be careful in the future. How many times I will have to tell you, I am not your wife. Aditya's suffering ended soon as he saw a medium-sized city in the distance. The city was built on the top of a 40 meters high mountain. Let's spend the night in his city. Given how fast Aditya traveled for 11 hours, he currently was only 300 km away from the Nyland Kingdom. Currently, they were in a small kingdom that was located on the borders of the Eastern Kingdom and the Nyland Kingdom. In this region, there were more than 20 small kingdoms. Each kingdom regularly fought each other to gain more land and resources. But in front of the Nyland, Eastern, and the Nepoka Kingdom, these kingdoms were nothing. Using fake identities that Aditya had made for Julia and himself, both of them quickly entered the city. The guards were half sleeping while drinking alcohol. Just from seeing the condition of the city, it was clear that the city was a hub of criminals. The guards were allowing any random person to enter the city as long as they paid 1 gold. While walking on the streets, Julia held Aditya's hand, seeing so many men staring at her. Don't think much. This princess is only holding your hand to get not separated from you. Aditya cautiously looked around. He can see that Julia's beauty, even though they were in disguise, had attracted the eyes of hundreds of men who looked more thugs and addicts. Around 70% of the population was involved in some kind of criminal activity. The soldiers and the guards were considered dogs that can be bought with money. As for the rest 30%, they were the poor and the lowest class people that suffered from the bullying of the criminals. Even the governor of this city himself, had multiple bandit groups that robbed travelers. Here where this, unable to handle the stares of other men at her, Aditya took out a black cloak and put it around her. He used the hood to hide her body face. Julia obediently wore the black cloak, but little did Aditya know that his little action had attracted the attention of some criminals. It looks like this man has a storage ring on him. To normal people, a storage ring was very expensive. Even the cheapest ring cost more than 100 gold coins, while the princes of the storage ring could go up to 100,000 gold coins, which were 10,000 royal gold coins. The ring that Aditya had was given by late King Ahmed. The ring had 25 meters of space in it, which was more than enough. Boss, the woman beside him also looks hot. Should we attack them? No, I can't sense their cultivation rank. It means both of their cultivation should be in second order. Trying to attack them directly would only get us killed. So what should we do? For now, let's follow them. Since they are second-order cultivators, I think both of them should have some good stuff. Click. Welcome Blue Raspberry Inn. Are you here to stay? The receptionist was a young man who had a vertical scar on his forehead. The young man was about Aditya's age. He had short brown hair and tan skin. Yes, we need one room and also dinner. The young man looked a little excited when looking at Julia, but seeing her average face, he soon lost interest. One room would cost 100 gold. As for dinner, it depends on what you two order. 100 gold coins for one night stay. Are you crazy? Just look at your inn. This place is old, shabby, broken, cracked, and spider webs are everywhere. Julia couldn't control her anger anymore. Just like she had described, this inn was in very bad shape. Leave if you don't have any money. I don't care. But let me remind you, it's already 1 o'clock. All the inns in the city are closed by now. If you want to stay, you will have to pay 100 gold coins. Aditya, let's leave. I would rather stay in the wild. Julia was also extremely stubborn. Watson would usually deal with these kinds of pests and would never allow this kind of person to even come into her sight. Seeing both of them were about to leave, the young man's face turned ugly as he stood up and shouted, "Who said you could leave? What else do you want?" This time, Aditya leaked a little bit of his killing intent, making the young man sweat as he felt like he was being preyed on by a wild dragon. The outside forest is filled with magical beasts. I heard there are even peak third-order magical beasts roaming in the forest. It wouldn't be safe for you to live in the wild. Aditya coldly smiled as he looked at the young man. Thank you for your kind words. How can Aditya not see that this young man was just trying to scar them and make them stay at this inn? Let go. After exiting the inn, Aditya and Julia decided to first find a restaurant to have dinner. Why did you stop? Julia asked, seeing Aditya suddenly stop walking. Because someone has been following us. Chapter 73. Please forgive me. I swear I will never show my face in this city. A man who was wearing cheap and torn clothes kneeled before the man wearing a black cloak that covered his body. You're the type of person who will kneel before the stronger and bully the weak. Give me a good, solid reason why I should let you live. I will take care of the children in the orphanage. Orphanage, ha ha ha. Aditya coldly smiled, and then glanced at the 21 children standing 20 meters away and staring at Aditya in a mix of fear and gratitude. You used those children to run your business. Just die. Aditya instantly burned the man who was kneeling before him to ash using the crimson flame. You shouldn't have killed that man in front of the children. What if your action traumatizes them? Julia said as she looked at the group of 21 children standing 20 meters away from them. Long story cut. After exiting the inn, some thugs followed them. Aditya and Julia took some time to deal with the thugs and attacked their base, where they found 21 children being locked in a cage. The children's age varied from 7 to 15. There were 13 girls and 8 boys. The power of these gangsters was just too low to give Aditya any experience points. Now what should we do with the children? Julia asked. Leaving these children in this city would be extremely cruel. Sooner or later, another group of thugs will capture them and sell them as slaves. Aditya glanced at the group of children and sighed. All of their bodies were severely malnourished. I have no idea. As much as I wish to send these children back to the Eastern Kingdom, the distance is just too far away. Leaving them here would be the same as abandoning them to die. Are you going to abandon use? Brother, what are you doing? From the group of children, a 15-year-old boy stepped forward. Julia and Aditya looked at the young, malnourished and underdeveloped boy with blue hair and blue eyes. The boy was wearing dirty old clothes to cover his body. His face and body were covered in dirt. Do you sense it? Aditya nodded in response. He is still at the beginner phase. The mana in his body is too low. Hearing their conversation, the boy with blue hair was stunned, as he had never told anyone, not even his little sister, that he has learned to cultivate. Aditya glanced at the boy and smiled. What's your name? My name is Leo Gallagher. The boy looked a little nervous. He was trying his best to reply without showing any nervousness. I have an idea. Why don't we just send a message to one of my governors? They send some men to take these children away from the city. That would take too much time. Besides, we're going to leave tomorrow. Maybe we can hire a group of adventurers to send these children back to the Eastern Kingdom. If Aditya and Julia leave, the children will have no security. While Aditya and Julia were discussing, the boy took a deep breath and then did something which shocked everyone. Master. What? Julia and Aditya stared at the blue-haired boy, who was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. What are you doing? There is no need for you to kneel before me. Master, please take me as your student. Aditya took a deep breath to calm himself. He only knew the basics of cultivation. Unlike cultivators, Aditya was more like a player that constantly leveled up and became stronger. So how can he take a student when he doesn't even know much about cultivation? The thought of taking a student never crossed his mind. Why do you want to become my student? The children, Julia and Aditya, stared at the boy with blue hair. Even in the darkness of night, the boy's blue pupils seemed to shine in determination. I want revenge. I know Master is very strong. I want Master to teach me and help me with my revenge. Aditya felt helpless. He looked at Julia as if asking for some help. Why are you looking at me like that? I don't know much about cultivation. I don't even have enough knowledge to teach anyone. Julia remained silent before looking at the boy's blue eyes. After a moment, Aditya understood that his boy only wanted to become his student so that he can get his revenge. I refuse to accept any students. Tell me, Leo, how desperate are you to get your revenge? Leo stared at those crimson eyes that were shining even in the dark. He knew it was those eyes that can help him. I will do anything. I am ready to become a slave if it means getting my revenge. Brother, what are you saying? Aditya looked at another girl who exactly had blue hair and blue eyes as Leo. The girl was about 13 years old. I will give you an offer. If you agree to work for me and never betray me, then I will make you strong enough to get your revenge. Not just revenge, I will make you rich enough to live on mountain golds. You will never have to worry about food, shelter, clothes, or being bullied again. Do you? I accept. Even before Aditya could finish his words, Leo accepted his offer. Twice, betraying me will be worse than living in hell. Saying that, Aditya released a bit of his killing intent on Leo. Leo's face instantly turned pale as he felt like he was standing before the god of slaughter. I accept. Leo gritted his teeth. He was ready to do anything for revenge. Under Julia's gaze, Aditya put a star-shaped talisman on Leo's forehead. The talisman shined before the golden light entered his forehead. This contract will prevent you from betraying me. In the future, if you do anything to betray me, your soul will be ripped apart and you will die. After saying that, Aditya bit his right index finger. Under the shocked gaze of all the children, a drop of golden blood appeared. In the darkness of the night, the golden blood seems to be shining, radiating golden light. Take this. A golden drop of blood fell on Leo's forehead. The next moment, a red-crimson aura surrounded Leo. The crimson light from his body brightened the entire warehouse. Leo couldn't help but scream in pain as he rolled on the ground. What did you do to him? His little sister stepped out and angrily looked at Aditya, thinking that this man had done something bad to her big brother. Little sister, you can relax. In a minute you will know how lucky your big brother was. Hearing her words, the little sister calmed down a little bit and impatiently waited. Her eyes were already red from seeing her brother suffering this much. Just like she said, 1 minute later, the crimson light around Leo started dimming down. Leo suddenly opened his eyes and stood on his feet. As the crimson light around him started disappearing, everyone was shocked by seeing the changes on Leo's body. First of all, this Leo looked completely different. His height had increased to 5 feet 3 inches. The malnourished body of his had disappeared. There were very small light red dragon scales covering his arms, chest, neck, throat, collarbone, and some parts of his stomach. Even though Leo's body was still covered in dirt, there was an aura of nobility around him. Congratulations on becoming the 2nd or maybe the 26th Dragonian. How do you feel? Aditya asked with a smile on his face. Instead of answering, Leo sat on his knees and looked at Aditya with endless gratitude written in his eyes. Mass, no, my king, I don't know how will I ever repay you for this kind and generous gift. Only Leo can tell how strong he had become. Now he felt he can easily kill those thugs and criminals that regularly bullied him. You have reached beginner 2nd order. Now you have the power to defeat anyone in 2nd order, though you will need some training and maybe learn some fighting techniques. Now that Leo had become Dragonian, he could sense a connection with him. My king, if it's not too much, can I also ask for another drop of golden blood for my sister? Knowing the great benefits of a drop of golden blood, Leo wanted his little sister to also become a Dragonian. No, she is too young. Julia was having some thoughts about teaching this little girl. All right, let's leave this place. Leo, you can take all the money these people had with you. After leaving the abandoned warehouse, Aditya and Julia fortunately found an inn. At first, the inn owner refused to let him in, but after threatening to kill him, he became an obedient puppy. Since the inn only had a few rooms, Aditya and Julia had to share a single room while the children stayed in the other 3 rooms. Aditya, I think that boy also realized your intention. What intention? Aditya pretended to play dumb and asked, if you had accepted the boy as a student, there was nothing you could have taught him as a teacher, as your knowledge in cultivation is too low. But by letting the boy become a part of the Eastern Kingdom, he made him stronger by giving him the golden blood. Others might think that you're taking away that boy's freedom, but in reality, you only helped him. Lying on the floor, Aditya couldn't help but smile. He felt pity for the boy. Those blue eyes had touched his heart. Among the 21 children, only Leo had the will and determination to survive and become stronger. Even if Aditya hadn't helped him, sooner or later, Leo would have taken matters into his own hand and might have killed the thugs. By the way, why I am lying on the cold floor? I am the one who paid for this room. So as master, I should be the one who gets to sleep on the bed. HMPH. If the inn had an extra room, I never would have let you sleep in this room. Who knows what a pervert like you would do to me in the middle of the night. Thank you for all the golden tickets. Chapter 74. This bonus chapter is dedicated to the reader, Zico 323, for gifting a dragon to this novel. Thank you very much for the gift. Zico 323. Next morning, the morning sunlight fell on her eyes through the window. Feeling discomfort, the alchemy goddess opened her eyes. The first thing that she saw was the sleeping face of the pervert dragon king lying next to her. You pervert, bang. Aditya fell to the floor from the sudden and unexpected kick from his wife, who was more like a bully. Ouch, that hurts. Why did you do that? Aditya rubbed his stomach while shamelessly exposing his abs. Why are you sleeping on my bed? I was starting to feel cold. And besides, sleeping on the floor is no fun, so I took a little space since the bed was very big. Aditya innocently explained. After 11 hours of flying, beating the thugs, and rescuing the children, he was very tired. He didn't even realize it when he moved onto the bed and slept there. Next, if you do that, I will bit you to death. The kitten fiercely glared at him as if someone had invaded its territory. Sigh. You know we will be sleeping in the same room when we go to your parents' house." Hearing this, her face flushed for a second before she glared back at him. "Even if we sleep in the same room, I never said that I was going to allow you to sleep on my bed. Letting you sleep on the floor is already too much. If you ever cross the line, I will never let you sleep in my room." Aditya looked at her long legs which were exposed as she slept in her cute pajamas. He has to admit touching those lined slender and smooth legs will feel very satisfying. Sooner or later this little bunny will be eaten by this dragon. "What did you say?" Feeling his eyes, Julia regretted wearing short pajamas. She quickly covered her legs with the blanket. "Nothing." Aditya got up and went to the bathroom to wash his face. "All right, listen to me, Leo. The adventurers I have hired you will take you to the capital of Isterin Kingdom. After entering the Isterin Kingdom, if you ever find yourself in trouble, just show this letter to the guards. They will take you to meet the nearest governor." The letter Aditya gave Leo had his dragon scale in it. In that letter, he had asked Watson to look after the children and also give cultivation resources to Leo. By the time Aditya and Julia went to bed, it was already past midnight. Aditya and Julia slept very late and also woke up late. After waking up, they had breakfast and then bought some clothes for everyone. Adventurers that I have hired are all second-order cultivators. The journey will take at least 1 week. Make sure to use the money I gave to buy food supplies. Lastly, always stay cautious. Leo nodded his head. "Then we will take our leave." "Hey, how long till we reach the kingdom of Nyland?" After leaving Leo, Aditya and Julia have been flying for another 5 hours straight. They only had a few hours of daylight. "Princess, we have flying at full speed for 5 hours now. You should see the Nyland border anytime soon." And just as Aditya said, after 3 minutes, the Nyland border and fortress came into their view. After another hour of flying, Aditya and Julia reached the nearest city. Being the strongest kingdom in the eastern region of the Dying Isle continent, the Nyland Kingdom was the only kingdom that had teleportation arrays. Each big city had a teleportation array connecting them. So this is North River City. From the sky, Aditya and Julia could see the entire city, just like any other city in this world. The North River City was also reinforced with high walls with guards constantly patrolling the city walls. The city is very bigger and had over 2 million people of different races living in it. "Let's enter." With fake identities, Aditya and Julia successfully managed to enter the city and made their way to the teleportation array. Just like Aditya, hundreds of thousands of people from all big and small kingdoms in the eastern region traveled to this city to use the teleportation array. The teleportation array would take everyone to the capital, and from there, using the grand teleportation array, one can teleport to different regions of the Dying Isle continent. At the center of the city, more than 10,000 people were standing in lines. Whether it was noble or duke from other kingdoms, everyone, regardless of their identity, had to stand in the line and wait for their turn. "How many people? To which city?" "To the capital." "All right, VIP ticket or normal ticket?" "This is the first time we are actually using the teleportation array. So can you please tell us the difference between a VIP ticket and a normal ticket?" Aditya asked the receptionist. To stand in lines, people had to get tickets. Julia and Aditya were also here to tickets. Using a VIP ticket, you won't have to stand in line. But be warned, the VIP tickets are very expensive. "All right, give me VIP tickets." The receptionist lady glanced at Aditya and Julia in surprise. Looking at their clothes, they didn't really think that they would be rich enough to afford VIP tickets. "All right, I will need both of your names." The receptionist didn't change her expression even for a small second. She always had a professional smile on her face. After telling her their fake names, the receptionist took out 2 jade slips and wrote their names on them. "Here, take this, 2,000 gold coins." After paying the money, Aditya took the jade slips. The jade slips shined in bright green light when he took them in his hand. Next, while Aditya took Julia to stand in the line. After a minute of standing, one of the guards came, noticing the green glow on the jade slip. "Sir, Can you please show me both of your tickets? Please come with me. All the guards were strictly ordered to behave respectfully and politely to everyone, under the envious gazes of thousands of people who were standing in the long and never-ending line. Aditya and Julia were taken to the teleportation array. At the center there was a large rune circle. The rune circle was about 50 meters big. The circle was made from 4 big circles of runes. Aditya observed the runes for a second and felt dizzy. He realized this rune circle was at least 4th star. At his current level, just looking at these complex runes felt like his head was getting dizzy. The teleportation array is going to start in the next 10 seconds. The array will take everyone to the capital. Those who do not wish to go there, please step down from the teleportation array. 10, 9, 8. With each passing second, she was getting more and more excited and also impatient. It looks like she couldn't wait to see her parents. 3, 2, 1. Aditya felt the space around him is being twisted and bent. Welcome to the capital of Nyland Kingdom, the Adrapur city. In the northwest region of the dying Isle continent, there was a city called Apagale City. Apagale City was a part of the Kingdom of Echo Dominion. Kingdom of Echo Dominion was one of the biggest and most strongest kingdoms on the entire continent of the dying Isle. Welcome to Apagale City. Finally, I have returned home. Like an excited child, Julia pulled Aditya's right hand. She ignored the words of the guards and kept jumping and running here and there. This was her birthplace. This was the city where she was born. How can she not be excited after returning to her home city? After such a long time. Slow down, Julia. Since both Aditya and Julia were in disguise, no one recognized them. The resident of Apagale City was very familiar with the one and only daughter of the honored noble household. While walking on the streets of Apagale City, Aditya took some time to observe the city. The city was built more advanced than the cities in the eastern region of the continent. Aditya had heard that the people in this region are most rich, and cultivators were more powerful when compared to other regions. Due to this, the northwest region is considered the capital or most important place of the dying Isle continent. It is said that if the kingdoms of this region wanted, they easily could have conquered the entire continent given how strong their military powers is. It wouldn't be wrong to say that the entire continent mostly revolved around the northwest region. When compared to other regions, the northwest region was more prosperous and had more population density. Around 50% of the continent's population lived in this region. Julia slowed down. Julia didn't listen to Aditya at all. She excitedly runs all the way to her home. Standing in front of the big mansion, Julia's entire body trembled slightly with overwhelming emotions. She still remembers the day when she left this mansion with her butler Watson. That day was one of the saddest days of her life. But now looking back, she didn't have a trace of regret in her heart. She found someone special, someone who can make her feel safe and secure. Shall we go in? Aditya asked with a gentle smile. Julia nodded, feeling very warm in her heart. Stop, who are you? Sigh. Here we go again, chapter 75. This bonus chapter is dedicated to the reader, Zico 323, for gifting 2 more dragons to this novel. Thank you very much for the gift, Zico 323. Stop, without permission, no one is allowed to enter the mansion of Lord Honard. Aditya was secretly a little surprised after sensing that both guards actually were peak 3rd order cultivators. Did the 2 of you forget who I am? Hearing the familiar voice, both guards' bodies trembled as quickly got on their knees the very next moment. How can they not recognize this voice when they have been hearing her voice for years now? Even though Julia left for a few years, everyone in the castle still remembered her. While Aditya looked at the huge castle in front of him, the castle was the grandest and most luxurious castle he has seen so far. 11 massive, square towers form a protective barrier all around the castle and are connected by lower, thick walls made of yellow stone. Elegant windows are scattered thinly around the walls in seemingly perfect symmetry, along with symmetric crenellations for archers and artillery. Are you not going to let us in? Please accept our apologizes. A great gate with tall wooden doors was opened up for Aditya and Julia to enter. Just as Julia stepped foot inside the castle, a certain someone who was sitting at the dining table sensed the familiar aura. My child has returned. Boom. While Julia led Aditya on a small path to arrive in front of a second door to the castle. Before she can push open the door, a figure opened the door faster than Aditya can react and hugged Julia. My child, I missed you so much. Under the moonlight, Aditya was shocked seeing the woman. That literally looked like the mature version of Julia. Just like her, the woman also had long purple hair. Julia's mother was wearing a black long dress that perfectly hugged her curves. Compared to Julia, the woman's body was more developed and her figure was more seductive and breathtaking. Her breast and back were bigger than Julia's, while Julia had the charm of a beautiful virgin goddess. Her mother had the mature aura that gave her a unique charm. While the mother and daughter hugged each other and looked lost in their own little world, Aditya's eyes fell on the man standing 5 meters away from him. The man was looking at Aditya like he was looking at his biggest enemy. He must be Julia's father. Julia's father was 6 feet tall man with short black hair. The man had a muscular body. Standing in front of this man was like standing in front of thousands of enemies. The way this man looked at Aditya was like he owed him millions of gold coins. Why is he looking at him with so much hostility? I never even met him in my entire life. Aditya also realized one thing: he cannot sense the men's cultivation. This means that Julia's father was at least a 4th order, or maybe he was a 5th order cultivator. The man looked like a savage animal who couldn't wait to rip Aditya in half. He had this wild aura around him that unconsciously made others feel afraid of him. After a long hug, Julia noticed her dear father was standing behind her mother. Dad. The wild savage lion melted down and became a cute puppet in front of his daughter. Aditya was shocked seeing how this man changed. One moment he was fiercely staring at Aditya like he was going to kill him. The next moment, he is hugging his daughter like it was the most gentle thing in the whole world. Why I am receiving glares? Julia's father angrily glared at him, and the next second his expression softened as a happily smiled while patting his daughter's head. My daughter, father has missed you so much. Next time please don't leave without informing Papa. Julia's mother observed Aditya for an entire minute. The more she looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she looked. Right now Aditya wasn't using his disguise, so her mother was able to see his real face. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Sophie Honard. You can just call me Mother. And this is Adam Honard, Julia's father. There is no need to apologize, Auntie. My name is Aditya Baineth. Aditya bowed his head while introducing himself. Meanwhile, after hugging his daughter, Adam looked like he has been satisfied. He walked in front of Aditya. So it was because of you that my daughter left home. Kid, it looks like we will need to talk in private. Honey, you can talk with Aditya later. They just arrived. Both of them just be tired. Sophie gently smiled at Aditya. Please come in. Wow, what a gentle mother. If only Julia was gentle as her mother. Aditya looked at Julia. She seems to have guessed his thoughts. She just coldly glared at him, which again made him sigh. I guess she has inherited a part of her father's fierceness. Aditya was a little shocked seeing a man who exactly looked like Watson standing before him and bowing his head. Aditya, let me introduce you to Walter. He is Watson's twin brother. Good evening, young master. Aditya nodded his head in acknowledgement. Aditya, why don't you take a shower and get changed before joining us for dinner? Since my daughter has returned with her fiancé, I will make a feast tonight. For a moment Aditya was dazed by how kind Julia's mother was. She was the perfect wife material. Even though she was the wife of the Duke, she was very humble, kind, and gentle. Knowing that you were going to come, I already have prepared a bedroom room for you. Walter, please show Aditya his bedroom. Young master, please come with me. Aditya and Walter left. I suddenly remembered I have some work to do. I will be back before dinner. Before Adam could take the first step, Sophie grabbed his shoulder. Honey, since I am going to make a feast, why don't you help me? Knowing that his wife had already seen through his intention of bully, cough, Meeting Aditya alone, Adam could only follow her to the kitchen. "Where is Zach?" Julia asked while looking around. "Your little brother already has gone to sleep. Should I send someone to wake him up?" Sophie asked her daughter. "No, I can just wait till tomorrow and surprise him. Mom, I am also going to my room." Sophie and Adam walked to the kitchen. In the house of Anard, Sophie was responsible for cooking. No maid or servant was allowed to cook for her family. She felt as a mother and a wife, it was her responsibility to cook. "Young master, do you mind telling me a little about my brother? It has been some time since I last saw him." Currently, Walter and Aditya were walking in the corridor. "Watson is doing well. It was because of Watson that I can manage my kingdom. Ha ha. My brother always has been talented when it came to management work. By the way, does Watson have a family here?" "Unfortunately, no. Watson swore to follow Lady Julia when she was born. I and Watson have been working as a butler for more than a century now. While I got married about 90 years ago, Watson stayed single. Just like Watson, Walter was also a mid-second order cultivator. It seems both brothers did not have much talent in cultivation." "Young master, this is your room. Thank you, Walter." "Ha ha, young master doesn't have to thank me. By the way, the next bedroom is Lady Julia's room. If there is nothing, I will take my leave now. If you need anything, then just call me." Seeing Walter leave, Aditya immediately did not enter his room. He instead stared at the room next to his. Did Julia's mother purposely arrange my room next to her daughter's? Click. After entering his bedroom, Aditya took out 2 pairs of clothes and put them on the bed. His bedroom had a double bed, white cushions, a light red carpet laid on the floor, a table, a wardrobe, and a couch next to the window. Grabbing the white towel, he entered the bathroom to take a long shower. After traveling for 2 days, he was finally getting time to take a long and relaxing shower. "What do you think of Aditya?" Adam asked as he cut vegetables for his wife. Because of his fierce and wild nature, Adam was given the nickname Wild Lion. If outsiders saw that one of the strongest duke on the continent, the man who was famously known as the Wild Lion, was cutting vegetables for his wife, they would end up having a heart attack. "I think he is suitable for our daughter. Everyone makes mistakes. We can't just judge this Aditya based on his past actions. In just 2 months, that boy created chaos in the eastern region, building a 3-tier kingdom in just 2 months. In my eyes, there is no one who is more suitable than Aditya."